Golden Age Radio is starting now.
To accomplish that purpose.
Subscribe to get future updates.
Get ready for some spy thrillers and Noir detective mysteries with The Man Called X, Secret Agent K7, Dangerous Assignments, Richard Diamond, Dick Tracy, The Avengers, Whistler, Shadow, Falcon, and Top Secret.
The Man Called X. He is the man who crosses the ocean as readily as you or I cross town. He is the man who travels today as you and I will travel tomorrow. He is the man who fights today's war in his unique fashion so that tomorrow's peace will make the world a neighborhood for us all. He is the Man Called X. Tonight, Mr. X drops in on an adventure involving some hot jewelry, a hotter steak, and an extremely hot senorita. But at the moment, he's getting a rather cold blast from his fiancée, Nancy Bessington. They're at lunch.
Now, look, Ken, do you think I like the prospect of being married to a human helicopter?
Nancy, I object. I've never been known to hover in midair.
Don't you realize, darling, that all this chasing around all over the world, grabbing a sandwich on the run and missing your sleep and...
By golly, you're right, Donnie. What I need is to be completely and utterly bored.
Ken, I have some friends up on Cape Cod, and they're the dullest people in the world.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sounds like heaven. We must visit them sometime.
We are going to visit them this weekend.
This weekend?
I have the tickets, and we're flying up this afternoon. It's all arranged. The people are expecting us, so you can't back out now.
Well, Nancy, you're an angel, but it's impossible. I have to,
Yes? What do you have to do?
I have to see a jeweler
Oh?
about some diamonds
Oh, Ken, darling.
for the chief.
Chief?
They're just a routine inquiry.
Oh, you two going steady now?
Purely platonic.
How long will you be?
Oh, a couple of hours, I should say.
Oh, then good. Then I'll fly up right after lunch. You can come up on the 4:30 plane, and we'll have dinner at Cape Cod. A very dull dinner.
Promise?
Promise.
May I assist you, sir?
Why, yes. Are you Mr. Blucher?
No, Mr. Blucher is out of the store at present.
That's too bad. I was advised to see him personally about having a diamond reset with some smaller ones added.
I'm sorry. He is not here.
Do you know when he'll be back?
I can't say exactly.
The middle of the afternoon, perhaps?
Perhaps.
Well, as soon as he comes in, have him get in touch with me, will you? I'll be at the Manhattan Health Club down the street a ways, in the Turkish bath. It's extremely important.
For whom should Mr. Blucher inquire?
The name is Thurston. Ken Thurston.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston.
Hot enough for you, Mr. Thurston?
Oh, Axel, this is the hottest steam room in the borough of Manhattan.
There's one other customer, Mr. Thurston. Do you mind sharing the steam with him?
No, send him in.
Good. Don't stay in too long.
Don't worry, Axel, not in this heat.
Is there anything you need? Clean sheet?
No, this one's fine. Just stop back in about 3 minutes and sprinkle some barbecue sauce on me. Oh, phew. Hello?
Is that you, Mr. Thurston?
Who's there? I can't see through this team.
I'm Gunnar Blucher.
Oh, Blucher, the diamond cutter. Glad you got my
I must
message.
talk to you. I'm in great trouble, Mr. Thurston. Is it all right to talk here?
I imagine, sir. What's the matter?
I get package in the mail this morning.
That's what I dropped in to see you
It's
about.
from Holland. I opened it, and there are 3 huge diamonds. Uncut, but valuable for industrial uses. Worth millions.
Well?
Less than 10 minutes after package arrived, they came in and threatened me.
They? Who's they?
The man you talked to with the thick glasses. Herr Schloss and his helper.
Where are the diamonds now?
Schloss made me pack them up again and address the box to a jewelry store in Buenos Aires, Argentina.
I get it. From there, Nazi agents will ship the diamonds back to the Reich by way of Lisbon.
Yeah, that's what they do. I knew by the way you talked in the store that you must be from Washington. So I slipped away and followed you.
That's a long haul to get the gems through the lines to Germany. 20 miles as the crow flies, 20,000 miles by the Nazi grapevine.
Will I go to prison, Mr. Thurston?
You'll never live to go to prison if our chum with the thick glasses finds out you've been talking to me. This calls for some prompt activity. Not in a Turkish bath.
Yeah.
Come along, Blucher.
Yeah.
The door's jammed.
We must get out of here. I've had enough of this steam.
Locked. Open up, Axel. Unlock this door.
They must have followed me.
Of course they followed you. Open up, somebody. Axel, turn off the steam.
Mr. Thurston, I'm getting faint.
Come on, Blucher. Let's get our shoulders against this door. Have to break it down. Blucher, are you all right? Blucher. Axel. Axel, everyone, open up this door.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Stay gone.
You seem to be in the market for highly specialized services, Mr. Thurston.
Zagon! Oh, Zagon, you're a lifesaver. Unlock the door.
For how much, Mr. X?
How can you think of money at a time like this?
It's very easy. $200 perhaps.
Robbery. But I'm in no position to haggle. Turn off the steam and let's get out of here. Huh. Well, that's better. Now get this door open, Zagon.
I'm having Mr. X as fast as I can.
There.
God bless your mercenary soul.
Oh, you were in a hot spot, Mr. X, if you'll excuse the expression. It's lucky I happened to stop by.
How did you happen to stop by, Zagon?
Well, would Blackstone tell who did it? After all, a man who lets his main source of income suffocate in a Turkish bath is a fool, wouldn't you say?
I want to be on hand at your autopsy, Zagon. I'm sure you have a cash register for a soul.
Thank you.
Where's the attendant?
Bound and gagged in the closet.
Well, I'll be getting dressed.
I'll be making out the bill for my services.
Incidentally, Zagon, did you get a look at the fellow who tried to suffocate us in the steam room?
A few dollars might sharpen my recollection.
It's high time you declared a dividend. Did he or did he not wear thick spectacles?
I'd say he did.
Good. Now we know the man we're after, and... Zagon!
What's the matter, Mr. X?
My clothes are gone. Every stitch. My wallet and keys, identification, everything. Zagon?
No, not me, Mr. X. When I speak, I leave the pocket.
I've got to get something to wear.
The sheet you have on is not unbecoming you.
Look, Zagon, get out and scare me up some clothes, because I'm catching the next plane for Argentina. It was sweet of you to invite yourself along, Zagon.
But I am so useful to you, Mr. X.
Yes, you do make a nice deduction on my income tax.
What is this wild goose we are chasing to Argentina?
Why should I tell you?
Oh, you might be a very well-broiled steak by now if it weren't for me, Mr. X. Besides, how can I help you if I don't know why we are after the man with the thick glasses?
All right. Some industrial diamonds were confiscated by the Allies when we liberated Holland. Now, our friend is trying to spirit them back to the Reich by way of Argentina.
Diamonds? How much do you think they are worth?
Millions when cut.
Perhaps you would like to hire me on a percentage basis on this job.
No fancy deals, Zagon. Cash on the line.
But you are so impractical, Mr. X. Why don't you put me under contract? You agree to pay me 10% more than the highest offer from anyone else, okay?
I'd be bankrupt in no time. No, Zagon. Where you're concerned, piecework is much cheaper.
May I help you, sir?
I'd like a suite for two. Thurston's the name.
Mr. Thurston? Well,
Do you have a room for me?
well, but you're already registered.
What do you mean, Ken Thurston? Thurston?
Room 707.
Oh, must be someone else with the same name.
Well, I just took over from the night clerk. He says he thinks this Mr. Thurston is the important special investigator that they call Mr. X.
You don't say.
Yes. From Washington, D.C.
Well,
Where are you from, Mr. Thurston?
me? I'm from Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Just a moment, we'll continue with tonight's exploit of Mr. X, starring Herbert Marshall. But first, a word from the men and women of Lockheed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lockheed Constellation is the largest, fastest, highest flying transport in use today. Fully loaded, 64 passengers, cargo, and crew of 6, it is capable of flying from Chicago to New York in 2 hours, 47 minutes. From New York to London in 13 hours, 20 minutes. From London to Paris in 56 minutes. Now, these sample schedules are quite exciting, of course, but what makes them particularly striking is that the plane we are talking about, the 4-engined Lockheed Constellation, is actually in use today. It's no manufacturer's dream. It is in use today. The Lockheed Constellation. The transport that flies better than 300 miles an hour. The transport that cruises at 20,000 feet, high up in the smooth upper air. The transport that operates in and out of any standard airport with room to spare. The transport, furthermore, that even on short hops of 30 minutes has been proved more economical than the ordinary 2-engine airliner. This transport, the Lockheed Constellation, is flying for the Army Air Forces today. When peace comes, it will fly for you, bringing the airport in your town hours closer to any place in the nation and to lands beyond the horizon. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, remember the name. The Lockheed Constellation. The transport of tomorrow in use today. Another example of Lockheed leadership. The hunt for a fortune in uncut diamonds has led Mr. X to room 705 of the Hotel Embajadero in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Next door, in room 707, another Mr. X is registered. At the present moment, Zagon Zellsmith, freelance spy and double-crosser extraordinary, is combing the room of the ersatz Mr. X, while Ken lies on his bed, staring at the ceiling and thinking out a plan of action. The sun is set, but Ken hasn't bothered to turn on the light. Where the devil are those cigarettes? Oh. Hello? Well, what did you find, Zagon? Zagon? Who's this? Who's there?
Darling.
Well, hello.
Oh, Ken. Why did you not meet me? You said you would.
Oh, well, a number of things.
You still love me?
Love you? Of course I love you, my darling. I could no more stop loving you than I could stop breathing.
Do you have a cold?
Yes. I'm afraid I caught a little cold. Suppose it makes my voice sound different, huh?
Very different. But then, it's no wonder you caught cold, considering where we were.
Yes, of course, yeah. Where we were, it's no wonder I caught cold. You didn't catch cold, did you, darling?
Of course not. I didn't go in.
That's right, yes, you didn't go in.
Dearest, we've known each other only 9 hours.
Hardly seems that long.
But I know all the things you said are right and true. That's why I did exactly what you told me to. Oh, we were meant for each other, darling. I don't care what Uncle says.
Uncle doesn't approve?
Well, I'm sure he wouldn't, if he knew. No, he's too old to remember what it's like to be in love. All he cares about are his old beef cattle.
You must try to be understanding, my darling. It is hard to get romantic with beef cattle.
There's just one thing that worries me, Ken. This afternoon, after we went out to the...
After we went where, dear?
You know where. I thought you had changed somehow. It's not true, is it?
Yes, I have changed. Much more than you think.
Oh, darling.
Wait till I press the switch on this table lamp and you'll see how much I've changed. By heaven, you are lovely.
You aren't Mr. X.
Opinions on that may differ, but I assure you that the chap who made love to you is not Ken Thurston.
What are you talking about?
I have a sneaking suspicion you've been getting chummy with an agent of the Nazi government.
Oh, I don't believe you.
Lady, you've apparently been sucked in by the oldest con game in the world. And it's a lucky thing you stumbled into the wrong hotel room, or you might have a real heartbreak on your hands.
Oh, it's not true. He loves me. It's for you, pretending.
He made love to you so he could use you for a purpose. All I want to know is what you did for him.
I won't tell you.
Where were you this afternoon?
I don't see...
Where did you go together? What did you do?
Why should I tell you?
Because I'm on your side. Because this phony Mr. X is trying to help the Fourth Reich prepare for another world war.
I don't care.
Yes, you do care. Because he's the type of gentleman that's sabotaging the future happiness of kids like you. Whether you live in Buenos Aires or Bridgeport.
I'm in love with him.
You think you are. You've only known him 9 hours. In another 9 hours, you might be in love with me. Tell me, what's he up to?
I promise.
Who's your uncle? What does he pack besides beef?
Oh, I won't stay here.
Now, wait a minute. Come back. Oh, well.
You want me to catch her for you, Mr. X? I will chase her for nothing.
No, Sagan. No, I think we'll let her go. She may bring us some bigger game. What's with you, Sagan? You find anything in our neighbor's room?
He must have all his valuables with him. This hand-woven necktie was the only thing worth the taking.
Anything, any phone numbers?
3 on the back of an envelope. I called them all. One was a girl named Carmelita, one was a girl named Margarita, and one was a B&B meat packing house.
Ah, now we've got something.
I don't think so. Carmelita and Margarita on the telephone, they sound... Oh, boy.
No. We'll see about them later. First, we're going to do business with the B&B meat packers.
Oh, I hope you have your red points with you, Mr. X. Wild geezers, all we chase is wild geezers.
Not this time, Zagon. I'll bet you $500 to a dozen orchids that we locate those diamonds within an hour.
You interest me strangely. But orchids, they are expensive.
Not down here. They grow like dandelions.
Oh?
All you have to do is to go out and pick them.
Good, it's a bet.
But you have to help me, Zagon. And you've got to work fast. Because I have a feeling that my little girlfriend is going to send the man with the thick glasses out this same road in a very few minutes. With luck, we can nab both him and the diamonds.
This will undoubtedly make it necessary to bring my priceless talents into play.
Since when have your talents been priceless? Zagon, you are now a meat inspector for the Argentinian government.
Oh, what's my yearly salary?
You won't be around long enough to collect it. Here's what you do. When you get to the packing house, demand to inspect the beef shipment which is consigned to Lisbon, Portugal.
Suppose there is no shipment to Lisbon.
Well, then you win $500. But if there is a shipment for Lisbon, you'll probably see the most valuable chunk of beef in the history of the meat-packing industry. That's the storage house. You all set?
Yeah. Do I use a gun?
Now, what would a meat inspector be doing with a gun? The cow's already dead, Zager.
That gun might come in handy.
Don't worry. I'll be waiting right outside here in the shadows.
I have a brainstorm. You go in and I wait outside in the shadows.
Oh, sure. And if our Nazi friend drops by and tops my price, you'll switch over to the other side. Oh, no, Zager. You are the meat inspector.
All right. What do I say?
That's bluff. There's only one watchman on duty.
I'm afraid I won't put on a very professional appearance. With beefs, I don't know the front from the back. I am strictly a ground-round man myself.
They're going to have implicit faith in you.
But after all...
And, there is money to be made.
Mr. Eek, I go.
Make it fast, Zager.
What you want?
Hola, I am the meat inspector. I want to examine the beef you are shipping to Portugal.
To Portugal?
Yes. You don't have some, do you?
A very small shipment, see. It leaves tomorrow, but it has already been inspected.
Not by me. I must examine it immediately.
Everybody wants to see the meat for Portugal. Follow me. Here in the refrigeration room, 40 carcasses on the left-hand side.
You will keep the door open for me.
We'll see. But do not take too long. We cannot let the cold air escape.
I will hurry. In all my career, this is the first time I ever picked the pocket of a beef.
Watchman! Watchman!
See? What do you want?
I'm a special investigator for the United States government. Here are my credentials. You may call me Mr. X.
And you want to see the meat shipment to Portugal?
No. I want to know if anyone else has asked to see it.
See, the meat inspector is in the refrigerator examining it now.
In there?
See.
Pardon me, please.
What are you doing? The man cannot get out now.
Exactly. He is not a meat inspector. He is an agent of the Nazi government. Everything he told you was a lie.
And you're quite an expert on lies, aren't you, Mr. X?
Mr. X?
Well, did you get your diamond reset, sir?
No, I never had a chance to examine your entire stock, but I think I'm going to very soon.
Look behind you. My men have you covered from the doorway, Mr. X.
Mr. X?
You mean you wish they had me covered? Unfortunately, Herr Schloss, you came here alone, and unfortunately, I think we'll have to put you on ice for a while. Watchman, which of these refrigeration chambers doesn't have a jewelry concession?
Which?
These storage rooms. Do they all lock from the outside?
Oh, see, and no windows. Well, you want to lock him up?
That's the idea.
Here, I help you.
May I remind you, Mr. X, that we are not in your United States now. Here, my credentials are as good as yours.
Well, try presenting them to one of those cold cuts. In you go.
There, we fix him, yes?
Watchman, I have a feeling somehow that you are too much of an eager beaver.
I am?
Yes, and until I know whether or not you have a swastika tattooed on your chest, maybe you'd better keep him company.
Oh, I know nothing of...
An old maxim of mine, when in doubt, cool both your heels. Voila.
Mr. X! Mr. X!
You all right, Zagon?
I am cold.
Did you find the diamonds?
I found a very expensive beef steak. Let me off, Mr. X.
What's it worth to you, Zagon?
What? Mr. X, this is no time for humor.
Certainly my services should be worth a moderate fee.
Oh, it's very cold in here with all these frozen cows.
Stop beefing, Zagon. $200, perhaps?
Mr. X, how can you think of money at a time like this?
It's a talent I picked from a friend of mine named Zell Smith. Suppose we say $200 on account and I'll let you out.
Oh, whatever you say, I am pleased.
All that meat and Zagon's Zelsmith.
Oh, Mr. X,
Did you find anything interesting?
right back here in this...
Here, show me what you're talking about.
this carcass that has...
Come on. What's wrong with this filet mignon, Zagon?
Look.
Ah, a little incision up the left flank. That's unusual. Maybe if we look inside this animal, we'll find a very valuable cut of beef. Okay, Zagon. Hand them over.
Mr. X,
Hand over those diamonds, or you'll be cooling your heels in here for a week. Oh, thank you. Wasn't very clever of you, Zagon. Aren't you ashamed?
Those little teensy, weensy rocks, I didn't think they would be worth anything at all.
I like this story. This will cost you exactly 1 dozen orchids. And please remember that old packing house proverb, Zagon. A diamond in the hand is worth 2 in the beef. Oh, I'm sorry. God bless you. Nancy, I'm terribly sorry. I flew up here as fast as I could.
Oh, sure. Now it's time to go home. Oh, Ken, the least you could have done was telephone.
Oh, were the people dull?
That's ditch water. I suppose you've been chasing all over, getting shot at, ruining your digestion.
Nothing of the kind. It was a very calm and healthful weekend. I had some very rare steaks. Even went to a Turkish bath.
But why didn't you come up here to Cape Cod before it was time to go home?
I sort of got on the wrong plane out of New York. And, then I stopped to get these for you.
Ken, a dozen orchids. Oh, why didn't you say... Oh, honey, they're heavenly.
Amazing, the potency of expensive vegetation.
I didn't know there was a florist in all New York with orchids like this.
Oh, there isn't. I had to take a little trip to get them.
Oh, Ken, you didn't go all the way to Jersey.
Well, that general direction. Kiss and make up.
Kiss and make up.
Oh, well. Why don't I have sense enough to stay home?
Mr. Herbert Marshall returns to tell you about next week's exploit of the man called X. Here is an announcement from Lockheed. Ladies and gentlemen, 24 hours a day, every day, the men and women of Lockheed are building weapons of war. The swift P-38 Lightning fighter, the Navy's Ventura bomber, the famous B-17 Flying Fortress, and the majestic Lockheed Constellation. Weapons of war, fighters, bombers, transports. This is the job of Lockheed today. But the time will come, a day of peace. And when it does, Lockheed's skill and Lockheed leadership will continue to build airplanes for the nation. Planes to maintain the peace. Planes to further the peace through national and international commerce. And perhaps planes to provide you and your family with swift transportation to the vacations of peace. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Lockheed is a war plant. Deadly, serious, efficient. But someday it will be a peace plant. A plant that will help endow the post-war years with security and pleasure for you and all America. Now, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Next week, the ancient city of Athens. In a story which might well be called The Grease Spot, if you'll forgive me. A story in which Mr. X tries to skin the Trojan horse. With the aid, naturally, of a beautiful and seductive young lady. So be with us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
The Man Called X is presented by the Lockheed Aircraft Corporation.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
Subscribe for more videos.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you another story of today. Here is K7.
Ladies and gentlemen, the illegal traffic in narcotics is one of the most horrible crimes against humanity. Recently, this traffic has increased due to war on another continent. It has even been charged that unscrupulous warlords have encouraged this terrible business. Whether or not this is true, it is a fact that certain international crooks have become narcotic peddlers. John Holbrook will introduce the story of how one of these criminals was captured.
Thank you, K7. Agent Z, one of K7's former associates, was investigating traffic in narcotics. His findings led him to a city about 100 miles inland. He gathered information for several days and then sent for Patricia Norwood. Our story opens as Agent Z and Patricia enter his rooms in a hotel.
This is a narcotic case, Pat. If we can break it, it may mean a good story for your newspaper.
Narcotics?
Yes.
Well, Z, isn't this a bit unusual for you? Usually you work on things of a more international flavor.
Well, this is an international case, Pat. Oh, sit down. I'll answer this call.
All right.
Explain. Hello?
This Special Agent Z.
Who are you?
Never mind who I am. You have 24 hours to get out of town. Never mind having this call traced. It won't do you any good.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
What's the matter, Z?
I've just been given 24 hours to get out of town, Pat.
You mean they've threatened you?
Yes, but I've received threats before. However, that call confirms my suspicions. I sent for you because I had an idea that I'd been spotted. The crooks know who I am, and they're watching me. Now, Pat, this is a big case. I'm convinced that at least one gang of international crooks has turned narcotic peddlers.
So that's it.
I'll sketch the case briefly. Because of war, the narcotic trade has increased. Cocaine is easy to get at its source. The only problem is landing it in other countries. And somehow it's being landed here.
Well, do you know how?
I have my suspicions. One thing I am fairly sure of is that this city is a distributing center. Which brings me to your job.
I'm ready, Z. Tell me what you want me to do.
Pat, you're going to become the athletic type.
What do you mean?
I mean that you're going in for bowling. I'm sure that narcotics are being sold in a bowling alley. I've collected enough evidence to make an arrest. But first, I want to find out where the stuff comes from, how they get it.
And that's my job.
That's it, Pat. And it isn't going to be easy. Now, the place caters to both men and women. I want you to go there and learn how to bowl, do anything but keep your eyes open.
Well, where will I get in touch with you?
Right here. Telephone me. Our old friend K7 is checking the seacoast, trying to locate the ship that smuggles it in. I'm going to stick close to the hotel until I hear from him or you. Now you'd better leave. Go out the back way so that you won't be seen.
Hours passed before Z heard from either K7 or Pat. Then he received 2 telephone calls. The first was a long-distance call.
This is K7 speaking. We have located the narcotic ship.
It is anchored just outside the 12-mile limit. The narcotics are transferred to land by an amphibian plane. That is all for now. I'll call you later.
I'll be here, K7. Goodbye. Oh, by amphibian plane. Ought not to be hard to find where it lands. I think that as soon as I've heard from Pat, I'll go fishing. Hello?
Z,
Yes, Pat?
I've discovered something, Z. Narcotics are brought in here in bowling balls.
What's that? Are you sure?
Positive. I picked up one of the balls. They're light, hollowed out inside. The balls are shipped in and carried out by men who apparently come here to...
Hey, Pat. Pat, what happened? Hello? Hello? Pat, where are you? Where are you phoning from? Pat! Pat, can you hear me? Pat!
8 minutes later, Z arrived at the bowling alley, but Pat had disappeared. Z spent the next few hours combing the city for information. Then he bought a fishing rod. In the meantime, Pat had been taken to a small factory located on a lake nearly 20 miles out of town. There she faced her captor.
Bring her in here. All right. Close the door. Yeah, make yourself at home, Miss Norwood. Perhaps you would be more comfortable if I removed the gag from your mouth. Yeah, there we are. Oh, I'm not afraid of your screaming here. The sounds from my little sawmill will prevent anyone hearing you.
Who are you? Why did you bring me here?
Why? Oh, because of your great interest in bowling balls. I thought perhaps you might be interested in how they are made.
What are you going to do with me?
Do with you? Well, perhaps you would like a sea voyage. That would be nice. Come, look out the window. Tonight a plane will land on my little lake. When it has unloaded, I may decide to send you back with it. You like the sea air?
You'll never get away with it.
Well, I think so, Miss Norwood. You'll be very comfortable at sea. You see, my boat is 12 miles out and no one comes near it. You will stay there until your friend Z decides to stop prying into other people's business.
If you think Z will drop the case, you're wrong.
Well, that would be very unfortunate for you, Miss Norwood. Your friend Agent Z may change his mind when he finds that he is dealing with Adolf Manbolin. We have met before. He sent me to prison once. But this time it's going to be different.
As night settled over the lake, Pat watched the sun go down from the barred window of Manbolin's office. She was alone, and she hoped that someone would pass near enough so she could call. But save for the rowboat of a lone fisherman far out on the lake, she saw no one. Several hours passed. The fisherman moved his rowboat nearer to shore, but it was too dark for Pat to see. Then, from the distance, came the hum of an airplane motor.
A plane. Yes, and he's going to land. He's circling to come into the wind. And he's coming down to my right. Now, if I can get to him before someone comes out from shore... Shut off your motors. I'm coming alongside. Shut off your motors.
Who are you?
They sent me out to pick you up. Wait. It's only the pilot. I'm in luck.
Where's the motorboat?
It's broken down tonight. Watch out. I'm coming alongside.
Manbolin's a fool to send a rowboat out to pick this stuff up.
Who'd you say was a fool?
Manbolin. Yeah. Give me your hand. Get in the plane and help me.
Oh, I can make it.
Give me a hand, I say.
All right.
Come on. Say, who are you anyway? I've never seen you around before.
No, I was sent out from the bowling alley today. Is this cocaine in these bags?
Of course it is. What did you expect to find? Rock salt? Yeah, start getting them into your boat. Wait a minute. What's that sound? I thought you said the motorboat wasn't running.
Well, evidently it is. Put up your hands.
What are you doing? Who are you?
Never mind talking. Turn around and put your hands behind you.
Don't push your gun in my ribs.
I haven't time to talk. Hold your hands so I can put these handcuffs on.
Yeah.
And just in case you might start talking when that motorboat comes alongside, I'll put this gag in your mouth.
You'll die by law.
You'll get plenty of time to talk later. I'll take your helmet and goggles. I'll get in the back of the plane.
Ray, are you there? We're coming alongside. I decided to come out myself tonight, Dupree. You know, it would be easier if we could use lights.
Yes.
Well, I brought you a passenger. Very charming passenger. Climb aboard, Miss Norwood. We're about to start your vacation. Say, why don't you take off your goggles, Dupree, and look at her? Miss Norwood, may I present your pilot, Mr. Dupree?
I'm very glad to see you, Miss Norwood.
Oh. Say, what's the matter with your voice, Dupree?
Not a thing, Man Boland. My voice is quite normal. Wait, I'll snap on the lights. Perhaps you can see me better.
You? V. How did you do it?
Keep your hands over your head, Man Boland. Pat,
Yes?
take the other revolver out of my side coat pocket.
I've got it, V.
Good. The pilot's in the back of the plane. Watch him. Man Boland, you're under arrest for smuggling narcotics.
I'll get you someday, Z.
Everything all right, Pat?
Yes. Z, how did you find out where they'd taken me?
I didn't, Pat. But by checking the trucking companies, I found out where the bowling balls were shipped from. And K7 found that narcotics were landed by airplane. The factory on the lake was the answer. Are you all right?
Oh, yes, of course I am. Nunn Boland was going to send me out to sea until you dropped the case.
I heard him mention your vacation, but I think he's the one who'll go away for a long time.
Van Bolen was a vicious international crook. His career is now ended. Narcotics, like war, inflicts untold suffering on humanity. Its victims, young and old, crumble, decay, or go mad as a result of this deadly habit. These criminal narcotic peddlers should be driven from the face of the earth. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
The National Broadcasting Company brings you Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment. The time, 10 p.m. The place, the spacious drawing room of a villa in the south of France overlooking the Mediterranean. A stout man in a velvet dressing gown sits at the piano, his stubby fingers gliding expertly over the keys.
Come in, Philippe. I thought you were Philippe, my butler.
You were wrong, Barranco.
Who are you? And how did you get into my villa?
I'm called Dominic, and I walked in.
But what do you want?
Only a trifle, Barrancos. Your life.
What?
Such a discord.
You've seen him in such pictures as Canyon Passage, American Romance, and The Great McGinty. Now, here is our star, Brian Donlevy, in another two-fisted portrayal as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment.
Well, here he is, Commissioner. Guess where I found him? On second thought, better not guess.
Steve? Hello, Commissioner. Well, where am I going this time?
Paris.
Paris. Hey, what was her name now?
Don't count on that, Steve. And no horse races either. This isn't a pleasure trip. It's strictly business and dangerous business.
I might have known. Okay, Commissioner, let's have it.
Steve, last week a man fell down an elevator shaft in Bombay. Died instantly. 5 days ago, a private plane crashed near Stockholm. The owner also died instantly.
Oh, so there have been a couple of accidents around the world. What's that got to do with me?
We thought they were accidents at first, but night before last, a third man was murdered in his villa in the south of France, shot to death while sitting at his piano.
Can anyone play that bad?
Steve, there's a tie-in between these three men, one that's tremendously important to us. These dead men were all millionaires in their own countries. 2 weeks ago, 7 of them met to plan a giant merger.
What kind of a merger?
They pooled all their capital to form a holding company which would finance industrial expansion in backward countries.
I see.
We believe that interests hostile to the plan are obstructing it.
Well, it sounds like a pretty effective way to obstruct it, all right. Killing off the partners. You say there were 7 originally. That leaves 4 now.
3. Last night, the killer struck again.
What?
In Paris. 2 of the partners had dinner together. Marcel Laborde and the American Scott Wheeler. As they left the cafe, they were fired on. Laborde was killed.
You know, I'm beginning to think you've got a nice, safe job picked out for me, Commissioner. I get to play bodyguard, huh?
As usual, you'll pose as a foreign correspondent after an interview with the American, Scott Wheeler. Actually, your job is to protect him and the other surviving partners, and to get to the bottom of these killings.
Where's this Scott Wheeler staying?
At the Hotel Brevant. That will be your first stop in Paris.
Ruth got my press credentials and passport ready?
And your plane ticket. You take off in 2 hours. Steve, we don't want anything to interfere with the plans of these men. Those killings have got to be stopped. That's your assignment, Steve. Good luck.
Welcome to Hotel Bravo, monsieur. What type of accommodation would you prefer?
I'll let you know later. Right now, I'd like the number of Scott Wheeler's room here.
I beg your pardon.
Hello.
You wish to see Mr. Wheeler?
That's right.
May I ask your name?
You may. I'm Steve Mitchell. I'm a foreign correspondent.
Hello. I'm Martha Vaughn. May I see your credentials? Your press credentials. May I please see them?
Yes, I guess so. I don't quite understand.
I'm Scott Wheeler's secretary.
Oh, sure. Here they are.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Just that we don't wish to take any chances, particularly after the recent attempt on Mr. Wheeler's life.
Matter of fact, that's what I want to interview him about.
Oh? All right. I'll take you up to his suite, if you don't mind.
Should I mind?
Look.
Oui, monsieur.
That man who was just here, he was Steve Mitchell?
Oui, he was a friend of yours.
In a way. Thank you.
Monsieur, you wish to leave a message for him?
No. I will deliver it to him later. In person.
Go on in, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you.
Hello, Martha.
Well, Mr. Wheeler, this is Steve Mitchell. He's a foreign correspondent from the United States.
Hello.
Glad to know you, Mitchell. Meet my associate, Gordon Hemsley.
Hi.
How do you do? Well, I'll be running along, Wheeler. Ring me up as soon as Voorhees arrives, will you?
Okay.
Good day, gentlemen.
Well, what can I do for you, Mitchell?
Well, I believe he'd like a story about the shooting night before last, Mr. Wheeler.
That's right.
There's not much to tell. Laborde and I had dinner together, took a walk afterward. Laborde felt like a cognac, so we stopped in a little place called La Patate.
La Patate?
Yes.
That's slang for potato, isn't it?
Yes. They think of some strange names for their bars. Anyway, we had a drink and left. Just as we went out the door, I heard some quick footsteps behind us. I started to turn around. The next thing I knew, one bullet whistled by my ear, another one hit Laborde and killed him.
I see. I'd like to take a look at this bar where the shooting took place.
La Patate?
Yeah. Where is it?
Well, it's sort of a hard place to find. Martha, why don't you show Mitchell where it is? All right with you, Mitchell?
I can't think of a guide I'd rather have, Mr. Wheeler. Thank you.
I'll try not to get you lost, Mr. Mitchell.
Would that be bad?
Come on.
So this is the potato. Sounds like a hot potato right now. That's some music.
That's what they call le jazz haute, Mr. Mitchell.
I can believe it. You know, I've got one rule with all my guides, Martha.
Mm-hmm.
They call me Steve.
All right. You sound like you've had a lot of guides, Steve.
I get lost easily.
No.
You worked for Mr. Wheeler very long, Martha?
What? About a year.
Like it?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You seem to be talking about me all of a sudden, Steve. I thought it was the attempt on Mr. Wheeler's life you were interested in.
I've got a two-track mind. Okay, I'll get back on track one. Now, as I get it, Wheeler and Laborde came here, had one drink, and left.
Yes, the shooting took place right outside. Apparently someone followed...
What's the matter?
Steve, that little man who just walked by.
What? Oh, the gent with squeaky shoes? What about him?
Well, I've noticed him hanging around the lobby of our hotel lately.
What?
Yes, and night before last, just after Mr. Wheeler and Laborde went out to dinner, he left too.
Hey, maybe we should have a talk with him.
Steve, look. He saw us watching him. He's going out the front door.
Come on.
I wonder...
What?
Nothing. We'll talk about it later.
There he goes in that cab.
Come on. There's another cab over here.
Yeah. Driver?
Oui, monsieur. Taxi cab, huh?
Yeah. That cab, hightailing it down the street. Don't let it out of your sight. Let's go. Squeaky Shoes knows he's being followed, all right. That cab of his is really traveling.
Steve, look. He's stopping in front of that building in the next block.
Yeah. He's running inside. Driver, pull up behind that other cab.
Oui, monsieur.
Hey, what kind of a building is this, anyway?
What? It's a museum, Steve.
Museum? Okay, we'll look inside. Some museum, Martha. Looks like King Arthur's round table.
We're in the medieval room, Steve. The armor, the weapons, and the tapestries are all from the Middle Ages.
Too many places for Squeaky Shoes to hide. Look at all those drapes.
got to be in here somewhere, Steve.
Unless there's a back door to this place.
I didn't think of that.
Boy, these suits of armor really must have been comfortable on a hot day.
Look at the battle axe with this suit.
Yeah, reminds me of a lot of old mother-in-law jokes. Well, come on, let's go.
Oh, Steve, watch out!
Huh?
The armor, the battle axe, it's falling. Oh. Steve, you all right?
Yeah. I almost got a haircut the hard way. Look, help me get this tin tuxedo off me.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah. Somebody behind the drapes shoved it over. He's probably long gone by now. Well, come on, Martha. Let's go back to Wheeler's suite. Mr. Wheeler, I think it's time we laid a few cards on the table. I'm not just after a story. I've been assigned to investigate these killings. Here are my credentials.
I see.
Mr. Wheeler, in that case, I'd better tell Mr. Mitchell what I was going to tell you.
What do you mean, Martha?
The little man with the squeaky shoes. Yesterday, I saw him at the door to Mr. Hemsley's suite, like he'd just come out.
What?
You sure about that, Martha?
Later, I saw him go into a rooming house across the street.
Mr. Wheeler, this squeaky shoes boy could be the one who took a shot at you and Laborde the other night.
But what would he be doing in Hemsley's room?
I don't know yet. Come on, Martha. Let's take a look at that rooming house.
I think this is it, Steve.
Looks like a real dive, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But at least it's a convenient location just across the street from Hemsley's hotel.
You think there is some connection between them, Steve?
Let's go in. Whew. Fresh air would really smell funny in here.
There don't seem to be any rooms downstairs, Steve.
Come on, we'll try the stairway.
Steve, wait. You hear that?
Yeah. Squeaky shoes.
There he is at the head of the stairs.
Hey, you. Wait a minute. I want to talk to you. Hey, what's the matter with you?
Steve, he's bleeding.
He's grabbing at his chest. Get out of the way, Martha. Here he comes. Holy smoke.
Steve, is he still breathing?
Not anymore.
In just a moment, our star, Brian Donlevy, returns as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment. Today, the armed forces of the United States are concerned with hundreds of contributions to the activities of peace. America's forces are scientific forces devoted largely to the training of scientists and technicians, specialists in the techniques that make for better living in peacetime. Yes, America's armed forces constitute the world's greatest scientific enterprise. And to man that enterprise, the services are seeking suitable trainees capable of profiting from education and capable of leadership and responsibility. For the right men, the armed forces offer a whole world of technical training for the service and for the future. So if you're thinking of an active career, an educational career, a vital career, think of the armed forces of the United States. Now, the National Broadcasting Company brings you Act Two of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell. The time, 30 seconds later. Steve and Martha have run up the stairs and are searching the dead man's room.
Nothing here that I can see, Steve.
Killer must have gone out the window, Martha. Still open. Well, let's go on back.
Steve. Looks like the doorway is occupied.
Oh?
I'm Inspector Brisac of the Sûreté. Your name, monsieur?
Steve Mitchell. I'm a foreign correspondent. This is Miss Martha Vaughn.
Mademoiselle?
Inspector?
Monsieur, what connection exists between you and the dead man downstairs?
Connection? None at all.
Then what are you doing in his room?
Trying to find the guy who stabbed him a couple of minutes ago.
And you do not know the dead man at all?
I don't even know the guy's name.
It is Dominique.
Dominique? That's supposed to mean something to me?
It does to most of the police in Europe, monsieur. Dominique was a hired killer.
Oh? You happen to know who his last boss was?
No, monsieur, but we had heard Dominique was in Paris and had trailed him here. As you see, a few moments too late.
Yeah. Well, look, Inspector, this is all very nice. But if you'll excuse me, I have a transatlantic call to put in.
You say you are a foreign correspondent, Monsieur Mitchell.
That's why the telephone call. My boss likes to hear from me now and then.
Monsieur, perhaps your interest in this affair is greater than the procuring of a mere story, and perhaps not.
Well, you've covered all the possibilities, Inspector.
In any case, you will please keep yourself available for questioning. Paris is a big city, monsieur, but I am quite capable of finding you should you choose to hide. Kindly do not put me to the trouble.
Yes, Ruth.
It's Steve calling from Paris, Commissioner. He's on the line now.
Good. Hello?
Hello, Commissioner.
Steve, how you doing?
Who knows? A few hours ago, I had a near miss with a battle axe.
What?
Oh, no one you know.
Now, Steve.
No, I mean literally, Commissioner. I had a hot lead for a while, a hired killer who needed a new pair of shoes. His name was Dominic.
Was?
Yeah. Somebody with a sharp knife beat me to him.
Any other lead, Steve?
Well, there may be a tie-in between Dominic and the Englishman, Gordon Hemsley, one of the partners. Yeah, that's right. Nothing definite on him yet. There's still someone missing from the party, a third surviving partner, Carl Voorhees. He's supposed to arrive from Amsterdam tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Why, Steve, we have information that Voorhees has been in Paris for 2 days.
Oh, that's interesting. Incidentally, Commissioner, I wish you'd check on the exact terms of that merger.
All right, Steve. Why?
Oh, just a hunch I'm working on. Cable what information you can get to me at the Hotel Brevant. I'm on my way back there now to talk to Wheeler again.
Mitchell, I'm no hero. If I'd known what this merger was going to mean, I'd never have gone into it, in spite of the good I know it'll do. But it's too late to back out now. All the papers have been signed.
I think you should leave Paris, Mr. Wheeler.
Don't worry. As soon as this meeting's over, I'm going to.
What's the timetable on the meeting, Mr. Wheeler?
Voorhees is coming in tomorrow from Amsterdam. He, Hemsley, and I are meeting tomorrow night around 10 to set a few final details. Then the quicker I get out of Paris, the better. Who?
I'll go, Mr. Wheeler. Who is it, please?
Carl Voorhees.
Voorhees?
Good evening, Wheeler.
Hello, Voorhees. I wasn't expecting you until tomorrow.
I decided to come tonight.
You know Martha?
Fräulein?
This is Steve Mitchell, a foreign correspondent.
Hello.
Mynheer Mitchell.
You say you just got in, Mr. Voorhees?
An hour ago.
That's funny. I heard you got in 2 days ago.
That is a lie.
Is it?
Mynheer Mitchell, my affairs are no concern of yours.
Where are you staying, Voorhees?
At the Continental.
Oh, just across the street.
Well, it's too late to get anything done tonight, Voorhees.
Where's Hemsley?
Hemsley? He's staying at the Splendide. I suggest we meet here in my suite tomorrow night. How about 9:30?
Yeah. I see you then, Wheeler.
Good night.
Good night, Fräulein. And Mynheer Mitchell.
Good night.
I wonder what he's been doing those 2 days he's been here.
So do I.
Mr. Mitchell, I'm worried. I'd appreciate it if you'd be here tomorrow night for that meeting also.
Might be a good idea.
If you could get here before the rest come, say, a little before 9?
Okay. Well, I'm going over to see your partner, Gordon Hemsley. You better stay in your room all day tomorrow, Mr. Wheeler. I'll see you tomorrow night, about 8:45.
Really, Mr. Mitchell, I can't say I relish being disturbed this late at night, just because you want some sort of silly interview.
Well, I'd like at least to get a statement from you, Mr. Hemsley. 7 of you put through a merger. So far, 4 partners have been killed. That leaves just 3 of you. Yourself, Wheeler, and Voorhees.
Oh, I'll get it, Mr. Hemsley.
Righto. Very well, Mr. Mitchell, I'll give you a statement. This merger will accomplish a great deal of good. I personally intend to carry it through regardless of threats or any consequences to me.
Speaking of threats, Can you throw any light on the death of a hired killer named Dominic?
Dominic? I don't know anyone by that name.
Don't you? He was seen outside your room shortly before he was killed.
Why,
Mr. Hensley.
Yes?
It's Voorhees on the telephone. He said when he was here this afternoon, he forgot to ask
Voorhees
you...
here?
Never mind. I'll take the call. You have your statement, Mr. Mitchell. Would you please excuse me?
Sure. And thanks. See you around.
I wish I'd set this meeting earlier. What time is it, Mitchell?
2 minutes to 9, Wheeler.
Oh. Care for another drink?
Thanks. Wheeler, you ever hear of a thing called a squeeze play?
Squeeze play? Oh. Here's your drink.
Thanks. How sure are you of your partners, Hemsley and Voorhees?
What are you getting at, Mitchell?
They met yesterday afternoon.
What does that mean?
I'm not sure yet.
Well, I wish I'd never gotten into this deal in the first place. Come on, let's go into the drawing room. It's a little more cheerful in there.
Okay. Incidentally, I've been meaning to ask you. You say you hired Martha about a year ago.
That's right.
Who recommended her to you?
Let's see. Why, it was Hemsley.
Uh-huh.
After you, Mitchell.
Where are the lights, Wheeler?
Over on the other wall.
Okay, I'll get... Yep. Oh, my head. Wheeler. Hey, you're bleeding.
Shot. Shoulder, I think.
What happened?
Don't know. Saw someone hit you on the head. I tried to dodge. Shot me in the shoulder. Then he ran out.
Okay. Ought to be a doctor in the hotel. I'll get him. Then I'll call the police.
Monsieur Mitchell, once again I find you at the scene of a crime.
Believe me, Inspector, it was not my choice either time.
You say you were unconscious when Monsieur Wheeler was shot. Have you any idea how long you were unconscious?
Just a few seconds. I heard the clock start to strike 9 as I walked into this room, and it was still striking when I came to.
That stain and broken glass on the carpet, what do they represent?
Well, part of the glass is from my wristwatch, I guess. The rest of it and the stain are from the drink I was holding in my hand when I got slugged.
Steve, what's happened?
Martha. Well, Hemsley.
The gendarme at the door said something about a shooting, Mitchell.
Yeah, Wheeler was shot.
What? Oh, Steve, is he still alive?
Yeah, he's in the next room with the doctor. He's going to be all right. I just think it's a flesh wound.
Oh.
That's good news.
Is it, Hemsley?
What do you mean by that, Mitchell?
Skip it.
Permit me, I am Inspector Brisac of the Sûreté. Did you two come over here together?
I know. We just happened to arrive together, Inspector.
I see.
My room is just down the hall.
Permit me to inquire as to your movements for the past hour.
Why, I was in my room reading.
Mademoiselle has a witness?
What? No.
And you, Monsieur Hemsley?
Wheeler had scheduled a meeting for 9:30. I waited in my hotel until it was time to come over. Then I came over.
So?
Incidentally, where's Carl Voorhees?
Why, I expected to find him here for the meeting.
I will answer. Brisac speaking. Oui, Géraud. What is that? So, you are sure of the time? Merci. At 9 o'clock, Monsieur Voorhees called room service for some ice. When the boy arrived, 5 minutes later, he found Voorhees with a bullet through his heart. It is indeed a perplexing case, Mitchell. Our killer moves very fast. He shoots Monsieur Wheeler and kills Monsieur Voorhees, all in the space of 10 minutes.
Yeah. Of course, Voorhees lived just down the street from Wheeler.
Oh, it is my turn to buy the drinks, Monsieur.
Oh, I've still got some here. I think I'll just have a little ice in it.
As you prefer.
Hey.
Monsieur?
How long has it been since our last drink?
20, perhaps 30 minutes.
Yeah. Look, Inspector, you asked me about that stain on the carpet of Wheeler's drawing room. I said it was broken glass and liquor.
That is correct, Mitchell.
Was there any ice on the carpet?
No, there was not.
Inspector, half an hour ago, I got a cable from the commissioner. Here, take a look at it.
Terms of merger such that in event of one partner's death, his voting interest passes to survivors.
Mm-hmm. Now, if you'll round up everyone in Wheeler's room in a few minutes, I think I can deliver you one grade A killer. How's the shoulder, Mr. Wheeler?
Coming along, but I don't understand the purpose of this meeting.
What's it all about, Steve?
Yes, being summoned here like fugitives from justice.
Monsieur Mitchell is host at this gathering. He will explain.
And I'll make it short. The person who shot Mr. Wheeler in the shoulder and killed Voorhees is undoubtedly the same one who hired Dominic to kill the other partners.
You mean one man's behind this whole thing, Steve?
One man. Or woman, Martha.
Hmm?
I'd like to show you how that killer arranged the shootings tonight. Mr. Wheeler, this clock that was striking when I got slugged, has it been running okay lately?
Why, yes, it has. Matter of fact, Martha took it to be fixed a couple of days ago.
I see.
Well, I don't see, Steve. What are you driving at?
When I got knocked out, the clock was striking 9. When I came to, it was still striking, so I figured I'd just been out a few seconds. Actually, I was unconscious nearly 20 minutes. Long enough for the killer to get to Voorhees' hotel, kill him, come back, reset the clock, and then shoot himself in the shoulder.
What?
What about it, Monsieur Wheeler?
I'm afraid Mr. Mitchell's imagination is working overtime. Mitchell, do you actually think I'd shoot myself?
If the stakes were high enough, and in this deal they are. You'd already knocked off 4 of your partners. That left only Voorhees and Hemsley in your way.
I say, Voorhees and I were getting a little suspicious of Wheeler. We met yesterday afternoon to talk about it.
My patience with your sense of humor is wearing thin, Mitchell. You're making a lot of statements that would be very difficult to prove.
You're wrong there. I can prove most of them with the help of just one ice cube.
Ice cube?
Yeah. When I came to, all the ice in my drink had melted. Yet just now, down in the bar, it took the ice in my drink almost 20 minutes to melt.
Well, Monsieur Wheeler?
But it'd be kind of hard to explain that away, wouldn't it, Wheeler? Wouldn't it?
I have nothing to say until I've seen my lawyers.
That can be easily arranged, monsieur. They will find it easy to locate you. You will be in prison.
Going to have some time to play in Paris, Steve?
I'm afraid not, Martha.
Too bad. Take a look at the newspaper. It's full of things to do, places to go. We could have a lot of fun.
You don't have to sell me on that. Hey, look at this picture of the horse race.
Well, what about it?
Well, the horses are running in the wrong direction.
What? Oh, no, that's the way they do over here, Steve. The horses run clockwise instead of counterclockwise like in the States.
You know something?
What?
I think I'd better stay here a couple of days after all.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. The way I pick horses, I could clean up a fortune.
Aw.
Mine always run backwards.
You have just heard the 5th in an exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif and directed by Bill Karn, with music by Bruce Ashley. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. What's America's most popular cigarette? Camel. Buy billions of cigarettes per year. Two of the important reasons why Camel is so popular are flavor and mildness. Camel's choice tobaccos are properly aged and skillfully blended to give you a smoke that's rich in flavor. And mildness? Here's conclusive proof.
In a coast-to-coast test, hundreds of men and women smoked only Camels for 30 days. Leading throat specialists made careful weekly examinations of the throats of those smokers and reported
not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Here's a suggestion. Make your own Camel 30-day test. Smoke only Camels for the next 30 days. You'll enjoy Camel's rich, full flavor, and your throat will tell you how mild Camels are.
How mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, we deal in crime, but we're closed now. It's Christmas time. Hello there, this is Diamond. Every year about this time, my business takes a big nosedive. People usually pack up their troubles and start unpacking colored lights and Christmas tree ornaments. So tonight, I'm going to tell you my favorite Christmas story, one I always like to tell. A Christmas Carol by Mr. Charles Dickens. Now, I'd better explain something first. This version isn't exactly the way you've always heard it. Because of the particular type of characters I usually get mixed up with, this story is written to fit their talents and characteristics. Different from the Dickens original, certainly, but we feel that this story could easily happen today, anywhere. Like right here in New York on a little side street just off the Bowery. So now I'd like to introduce our characters. Mr. Ebenezer Scrooge will be played by my good friend and guiding hand of the 5th Precinct Homicide Division.
Lieutenant Walter Levinson.
Walter.
Otis.
The character of Jacob Marley will be played by one of Lieutenant Levinson's most trusted henchmen.
Otis, that's you. Huh? Oh, Sergeant Otis Loveloon.
Loveloon.
Walt.
Oh, sorry, Alan.
Tiny Tim will be played by our corner newsboy.
Hi, I'm Johnny Rollins.
Tiny Tim's mother will be played by my red-headed gal friend,
Helen Asher.
The rest of the characters will be played by members of the 5th Precinct Police Station.
Officer O'Reilly.
Officer Leskowitz.
Sergeant Miller.
The music will be furnished by the 5th Precinct Police Band, directed by Patrolman Worth.
Hi.
And now, our version of the Christmas classic, Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol. Once upon a time, there was a nasty old guy named Ebenezer Scrooge. He was nasty, all right. He didn't like anything, except maybe all the dough he could get his hands on. Scrooge had a little business that he started with his partner, Jacob Marley. The outfit was known as Scrooge and Marley Loan Company. But one day, poor old Marley just up and keeled over. So the boys along the big street gave him a nice funeral, and old man Scrooge took over the business. Well, Marley had been dead for 7 years, and Scrooge lived alone in his little room over the office, and for a hobby, he hated everybody. He had a young guy working for him named Bob Cratchit. Bob had a wife and 4 kids and made just enough to make ends meet. Scrooge used to ride him all the time. When it got so cold the polar bears complained, Cratchit would turn on the little heater and Scrooge would say,
Cratchit, what do you think you're doing? Turning on the heat, that's what I'm doing. My fingers look like popsicles. I don't care if they come in 6 delicious flavors. Every time you turn on that heater, it costs me money. Business is not good, so get back to your work and turn off the heat. Oh, now look, Mr. Scrooge, I'm freezing. This pen ain't guaranteed to write under ice. I'm telling you once more, get back to your work. Okay, but I don't know why you worry about business. Why not just put up a sign and turn the joint into a skating rink? Merry Christmas, Mr. Scrooge. Oh, swell. Merry Christmas. Ah, humbug. Humbug? Yes, humbug. My old man didn't like Christmas, and that's what he used to say, humbug. Okay, humbug. It's still Christmas, and I don't see where you get off not liking it. This is supposed to be the time everybody gets with it. Everything stops. It ain't much good, and you put your arm around the next guy and you tell him Merry Christmas. I'm going to put my arm around you with a hammer on the end of it if you don't lay off this goodwill stuff. Look, what's with you? What have you got against Christmas? You showed me a way to make $100 every Christmas, and I'll fall in love with it. You want me to be merry? Well, sure. Then go get some of those joyous clients of mine to pay off their loans. Merry Christmas. Humbug! Okay, then, humbug. But it's still cold in here. Have some icicles, but give them back after the holidays. They're my fingers.
Late that evening, Scrooge went upstairs to his room, the room where Jacob Marley used to stay. It was dark in the little hall, and when Scrooge reached for the door, he looked up at the big brass knocker and saw...
Holy cow. Could have sworn that was old Jake's face in the knocker. They must be working too hard.
So in he went. A little shaky after seeing Jake Marley's face, but he just passed it off his nerves. He closed the door and locked it, then got a fire going and started to relax. But every tile around the fireplace started looking like Jake Marley's face.
Oh, now come on, old boy. You gotta get hold of yourself. This is ridiculous. I haven't touched a drop in weeks.
He got up and walked around the room a few times, then went back and sat down again. He stretched, rested his head on the back of the chair. From somewhere, a bell started chiming. And Scrooge sat straight up in his chair. He heard something else, too, something from downstairs.
What the? Oh, now what is that? What's going on here? Who's that? Come on, who's out there?
And all of a sudden, it came right out through the wall.
All right, sit still, Scrooge.
Marley. Jake Marley. Oh, no. I gotta stop eating lobster. Ooh, it couldn't be. What's with you? Who are you?
Jake Marley. Who else?
You're dead.
The deadest. But nevertheless, Jake Marley.
His ghost.
Oh, you are very sharp today, Scrooge, old boy.
I don't believe it.
You got eyes, ain't you?
Yeah, and I got a bad stomach, too. That's who you are. Nothing but a bad case of indigestion.
You don't think I'm a ghost, huh? Okay. Maybe a good scare will change your mind.
No. Stay away from me. All right. I believe you.
You sold on the idea?
Yeah. But why did you come to see me?
Regulations. Every man's supposed to live his life and help his buddies. If he don't do it while he's alive, then he gotta do it after he kicks off.
Oh, cut it out! Why come to me?
Because you're gonna end up just like me, unless we do something in a hurry. Now, I haven't got much time, so you better listen.
Oh, I don't want to be like you. I'll listen.
Okay. You are gonna have 3 visitors. You are going to be haunted by 3 spirits.
Oh, no.
It is the only way you can keep from being like me. When you hear the bell strike 1, the first one will be here. Well, I gotta be going. You won't see me again, but you remember what I told you. So long, Scrooge, old boy. Your goosebumps can relax now.
Cut it out!
After the ghost took off, Scrooge just refused to believe it.
Nuts. It's ridiculous. Humbug.
Then he climbed into the sack and was soon snoring up a storm. When Scrooge awoke, it was still dark, and the bell from the church on 53rd Street was striking 12. He lay awake listening and thinking to himself.
Just a dream. Ghosts.
Finally, he dropped off again and slept for about an hour. Then the bell struck 1.
1 o'clock. I don't see no ghost. I knew it was something I ate.
All of a sudden, a big light flashed in the room, and the first of the spirits stood before him.
Hi, Scrooge.
Oh, Jake was right. Are you the first spirit that Jake said had come to haunt me?
Yeah, you know it.
Well, who are you?
Me? I'm the ghost of Christmas past.
Yeah? How long past?
Your past. Come on. We're gonna take a little ride.
Well, where are we going?
Just relax. I'm running this tour.
Well, let me get my pants.
You got 'em.
Oh, they're on me.
With that, the ghost of Christmas past grabbed Scrooge by the hand, and they both flew out of the window. Scrooge nearly lost his upper plate, but before he could yell for help, he was standing in front of a dirty, ramshackle old tenement building.
You know where you are?
Sure, I know where I am. This is where I was brought up. Even the garbage cans are the same.
You had a pretty tough time when you were a kid, didn't you?
The toughest? I wasn't very big. The rest of the kids in the neighborhood were. I had more black eyes than a crow.
You want to go in?
What for?
To see your folks.
My folks died a long, long time ago.
They're there now. Come on.
Well, the ghost took old Scrooge into the building and showed him a Christmas, years past, when he was a child with his family. Sure, it was tough living in 2 little rooms like that, but Scrooge remembered how wonderful it really was.
What's the matter, Scrooge?
Huh? Oh, I got something in my eye.
You were pretty lonely when your folks, when they,
Yeah. You know, there was a young kid that came around earlier this evening and sang some carols. Gee, I wish...
Yeah? What do you wish?
Oh, nothing.
Come on. I want to show you another Christmas.
The spirit showed him another Christmas and still another. And you know, no matter how tough Scrooge remembered his childhood had been, it always seemed that Christmas was wonderful. Then before he knew it, Scrooge was back in his little room and the spirit was gone. Scrooge was pretty beat. He climbed into bed and dropped into a heavy sleep.
Merry Christmas. What's that? It's 2 o'clock.
Hey, that light in the other room. I got burglars.
Hey, Scrooge, come on in.
Who's that? What are you doing in the other room?
Come on in and take a look. It's pretty nifty.
Hey, what is this? What have you done to the room? Looks like Macy's window. Where'd you get all the holly and the mistletoe? And how did you get in here?
Do you like it?
Oh, for Pete's sake, a Christmas tree. Who are you?
The ghost of Christmas present. Now, don't tell me you don't like the way I fix things up. I work pretty hard.
Oh, second ghost. Okay, take me wherever you want to go, but believe me, next time I try the train.
Let's go. Now what do you see?
I see bright colored lights, people having a lot of fun, kids on sleighs.
See that building over there? The one with the big reef on the front door?
Yeah, that's where Bob Cratchit lives. He works for me. Hey, look, there's Bob now.
Yeah, going into the house. Up all those stairs to the 5th floor. He's got his little boy on his back.
Tiny Tim.
Yeah. He got polio last summer. Pretty sick little boy.
I know. Bob said he'd need a lot of care if he was ever going to walk again.
Come on, let's take a peek.
Hi.
Hello, honey. You and Tim have a good time?
The best. Didn't we, Tim?
Yeah, Dad. We watched all the kids in the block on their sleds. Mom, will I ever be able to ride a sled?
Of course, Tim. Won't he, dear?
Well, sure thing, Roughneck. Next Christmas, you'll be out there doing belly whoppers with the rest of them.
Dad, what's the matter? Your eyes are all wet.
Nothing, Tim. I just got some snow in them.
You want some chicken, Tim?
No turkey?
No, but lots of cranberries.
Okay. Can I sit next to you, Dad?
You just bet.
Bob, will you say grace, dear?
Can I say something first, Mom?
Of course, Tim. What would you like to say?
God bless us, everyone.
What's the matter, Scrooge, old boy? Got some snow in your eyes, too?
Tell me something.
Sure, if I can.
What about Tiny Tim?
Well, can't say for sure. If his old man makes enough money next year to get the white doctor, little Tim will get along just fine. But times are tough, aren't they, Scrooge?
Yeah.
Now the spirit of Christmas present took Scrooge to many places and showed him a lot of happiness and a lot of misery. And finally back to his little room, and the spirit was gone.
Oh, I don't know whether I can take much more of this.
Then a new ghost drifted in. This was the worst yet. He was really done up for haunting. He was all dressed in black with one arm sticking out and pointing right at poor old Scrooge. This was the last one of the spirits. Scrooge's knees sounded like castanets on a reducing machine.
Okay, you don't have to tell me. You're the ghost of the Christmas that hasn't come yet. You I'm really scared of.
The ghost took off with Scrooge right after him. The city disappeared, and Scrooge found himself on the outskirts of town, standing in a graveyard. The night was howling like it was mad, and as Scrooge looked down, he saw...
Hey, what's this? What's this stone?
The black spirit stood still and pointed, so Scrooge leaned down, pulled away the bushes, and saw it was a tombstone.
There's a name here. Ebenezer Scrooge. Oh, no. No. Look at this. Believe me, I don't want this. I know I've done wrong, but I'm not kidding. I really know what Christmas means. It doesn't mean just today or tomorrow. It's every day of your life. I swear I'll do better. Only take me away from this. Let me try. Let me try to make Christmas right for me and for everybody else. Please, please don't let this happen. Give me another chance. Well, don't just stand there. Put your arm back in. You'll catch cold. Well, say something.
Suddenly, Scrooge dropped to his knees and reached out for the spirit. But something happened. The spirit started to shrink. Then it collapsed. And when Scrooge looked up...
What the... My bedpost. My own bedpost. I'm home. Oh, thank goodness. I lived the past, the present, and the future, and now I'm home. Hallelujah! Spirit, wherever you are, believe me, from now on, things are going to be different. Oh, yeah, and thanks.
Beep!
paper, get your morning paper.
Hey, boy!
Yeah?
What day is this?
It's Christmas. What's with you?
Christmas! Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, I haven't missed it. The spooks did it all in one night. Boy!
Oh, it's you, Mr. Scrooge.
How many papers you got?
I don't know.
Well, here's
What?
$5. $5. Throw them away and then go have yourself a Merry Christmas.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Scrooge. And a Merry Christmas to you.
Oh, boy, say that again.
Thanks.
No, the other.
Oh, you mean Merry Christmas?
Yeah, that's it. Merry Christmas.
Okay, I'm coming. What's the matter with you? Can't you see the store's closed? Look, mister, the store is... Ebenezer Scrooge.
Merry Christmas, Barney.
You've been drinking?
Not a drop. Well, what's the matter? Ain't you going to wish me a Merry Christmas?
Oh, sure. Sure. Come on in. The wife's upstairs with her mother, but I got a bottle in the back.
Look, Barney, I know your grocery store is closed, but you could still sell me a turkey, couldn't you?
What do you want a turkey for? You've been eating at the automat every Christmas for the last 7 years.
It's not for me.
Oh, then who's the bird for?
Bobby Cratchit, you know, the young guy that works for me.
Oh, yeah? How much you gonna charge him?
Yeah, here's $20, huh? Here's the address. And listen, don't tell Cratchit who sent the thing, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Merry Christmas, Barney.
Yeah. Merry Christmas.
Well, old Scrooge went back to his rooms and took an old blue suit out of the mothballs. He shook it out, put a few creases in it, and went out on the street. The old boy was really with it. Everybody he passed, he greeted them with,
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
He went to church and gave a large donation, and Father McCarthy nearly forgot his sermon. Yes, for the first time in his life, Scrooge was having a Merry Christmas and arrived early at his office. If he could just catch Cratchit coming in late, and he did. Bob was a good 21 minutes late.
Cratchit!
Oh, no.
You're 21 minutes late.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. Scrooge. I had a big evening.
Oh, you did, huh? You know what I told you if I caught you fancy-footing it in here late again.
Okay, so I'm canned.
You think you got it coming?
Well, I'm too tired to argue. Jobs are tough enough, and I hate to lose this one, but I'm just too tired.
A raise would help, huh?
No, that's the silliest question of the year.
Then you got it. It's in the envelope.
What?
Uh-huh. Maybe after we see how the funds are, we might be able to do something about Tiny Tim.
Well, yeah. I don't get it. A raise? You want to do something about Tim? I don't get it.
Sure you do, Bob. Haven't you heard? It's Christmas. Now go on home, take the day off, take the week off, come back when you feel like it. Merry Christmas.
Mr. Scrooge?
Yeah?
Merry Christmas.
And Scrooge really did it. He was as good as his word, better even. He made it the merriest Christmas ever. And later, things got better, and he took care of Tiny Tim. And sure enough, Tim was out on his sled the next Christmas doing belly whoppers with the best of them. Every Christmas thereafter, all along the big street, it was said, if anyone knew how to make Christmas merry, old Ebenezer Scrooge was that one.
And I hope that can really be said about all of us. Just like Tiny Tim said.
God bless us, everyone.
That's it, Tim. God bless us, everyone.
Oh, Rick, that was a wonderful story. Not quite the way Dickens wrote it, but it meant the same thing.
Well, thanks, Helen, dear. I thought you were good as Tiny Tim's mother, too, didn't you, Walt?
I sure did, and that's no humbug.
What in the world was that?
It's Sergeant Otis. He's still playing Marley. Otis!
Yeah, Ebenezer?
Oh, cut it out, Otis. The play's over. Go on, call officers Riley, Lund, and Miller, all of them. Tell them to leave the punch bowl and come over here. We're going to sing.
Oh, boy, I'll lead off. Jingle bells, jingle bells.
No, Otis. Rick will lead. We can join in later.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Go on, Rick.
Otis, stop breathing down my neck.
I'm just waiting to come in.
Otis.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Snow falling down from heaven, making a mantle of white. Sleigh bells are ringing, wonderful Christmas night.
Jingle bells, jingle bells.
No, not yet, Otis.
Voices that sing Hosanna, bathed in a heavenly light. Everyone happy, wonderful Christmas night.
Otis.
Peace on earth, goodwill toward men. Otis, stop crying. Life on earth begins again. Joy in the hearts of children, there in the trees candlelight, all making merry, wonderful Christmas night.
Now, Lieutenant?
No, Otis.
Oh, let him sing, Walt. Come on, everybody.
Oh, boy. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Right here is where all the men and women who make the camels you smoke would like to wish each and every one of you the happiest of holiday seasons.
And right now might also be a good time to remind you that there's still plenty of time to add camels to your Christmas shopping list. Camels by the carton are so easy to give. Camels come in a beautifully decorated holiday package, so handsomely designed that you don't even have to wrap it. Just write your personal greetings on the card that's on the top of every special Camel Christmas carton.
And Camels are such a pleasure to receive. It's the cigarette enjoyed most in America, the cigarette that leads all other brands in popularity by billions of cigarettes per year.
So you can't go wrong by giving mild, flavorful Camels.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with another special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, every week the makers of Camels send thousands of packs of Camels to service hospitals. That's to help show hospitalized men and women of the armed forces that those at home haven't forgotten them. This week's free Camels go to Veterans Hospitals, Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, and Amarillo, Texas. Nellis Air Force Hospital, Las Vegas, Nevada. U.S. Naval Hospital, Naval Medical Center, Guam, Marianas Islands. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
Dick Powell can now be seen starring in the Universal International film You Never Can Tell. Tonight's transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond was written by Blake Edwards with music by Frank Worth. Our director was Nat Wolfe. Virginia Gregg played the part of Helen Asher, and Alan Reed was Lieutenant Levinson. Others in the cast were Barney Phillips, Arthur Q. Bryan, Jack Crucian, Joel Samuels, and Jeffrey Silver.
Are there pipe smokers on your Christmas list? There's still time to make them a present of pipeful after pipeful of the National Joy Smoke, Prince Albert. The Prince Albert 1-pound tin comes in a special Christmas box ready to give. There's a space right on it for your personal greeting. Give Prince Albert.
The bite is out and the pleasure's in when you smoke Prince Albert. It's specially treated not to bite your tongue. The bite is out and the pleasure's in.
Listen next week for another exciting adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
fans, calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by. Dick Tracy is on the air.
The makers of Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the two tempting, delicious, nourishing cereals that are shot from guns, now bring you another thrilling Dick Tracy detective adventure. Hear the big guns? That's the way they sound when puffed wheat and puffed rice are shot from guns in the Quaker plant. Remember that sound the next time you sit down to a big dish of crisp, crunchy puffed wheat or puffed rice for breakfast. You see, when the nourishing grains of wheat and rice are shot from the big guns, they're actually exploded to 8 times their normal size. Each tiny, hard-to-digest food cell is unlocked, and that's why Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice are so especially easy to digest, why you get their trigger-fast food energy so quickly and easily. And remember, patrol members, if you want to be strong, healthy, and alert like Dick Tracy is, you need lots of that same kind of food energy. So join the thousands of happy puffed wheat and puffed rice fans who enjoy puffed wheat one day and puffed rice the next. That gives you a delightful taste variety that Mother and Dad enjoy, too. So tell Mother about those 2 swell flavors and ask her to get some Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice at the grocer's for you. And be sure to have your pencil and paper ready for a secret code message from Dick Tracy. Aboard the liner Marvania, bound for America, Dick Tracy and Pat have been trying to protect a certain well-known Egyptologist named Dryden Small from an unknown enemy called the Man with the Yellow Face. Yesterday, we learned how one of the crew in the hold of the ship had been frightened by a strange apparition. Returning from the investigation, Dick overheard the Man with the Yellow Face threatening to kill Pat, whom he had left with Dryden Small. Tracy had no gun with him, so he was forced to try to bluff the Man with the yellow face into believing he did have one. Will he succeed?
Whoever you are, drop that gun or I'll drop you.
Ah, Mr. Tracy. Come in, won't you?
I've got you covered, so don't try anything. Put down that gun.
Thank you. No. This little pearl-handled revolver belongs to Dryden Small, a dangerous little toy, but rather attractive, so I prefer to keep it.
Who are you? What's your name?
I believe I have been called the Man with a Yellow Face. Rather an unpleasant, distressing name. I don't like it. My real name, and I hope that you will use it henceforward, gentlemen, is Humi Batik.
Egyptian, huh?
That is right.
Dick, he wounded Dryden Small. He knifed him before I could get in here. I heard Small cry out.
It was in self-defense. You see, Mr. Tracy, he was indiscreet enough to withhold something from me. Something I wanted very badly.
The Black Pearl of Osiris.
Ah, you know.
You wounded Small because he wouldn't tell you where it was. What is the Black Pearl of Osiris? And why have you been following Small to get it?
That gun you are holding in your pocket, if you actually are holding a gun there, Mr. Tracy, compels me to answer more or less. As I have said, my name is Humi Batik. I am the high priest of the cult of Osiris, a secret group dedicated to the worship of that ancient god.
And what about the Black Pearl? Has it some religious significance?
Ah, it has indeed. The Black Pearl is a very small pearl. But, as you know, black pearls are rare and therefore are of considerable value. Aside from its value in money, however, the Black Pearl of Osiris is priceless in our eyes, for it is really the heart of Osiris.
How can a pearl black or white be anybody's heart?
Oh, you interpret my remark too literally, Mr. Patton. Many, many hundreds of years ago, a statue of Osiris was molded from gold with eyes of diamond. When it was erected, it was decided that the statue must have a heart, and it must be something unusual, something worthy of that incredibly beautiful statue. Tutankhamun, the pharaoh of that time, had in his possession a small but perfect black pearl, and he gave this to the temple to be used as the heart of Osiris.
I'm beginning to understand. That statue wasn't by any chance placed in Tutankhamun's tomb when he died, was it?
Mr. Tracy, I bow to you. Yes, the statue was placed there. For hundreds of years, it was safe. Then came this infidel and stole the Black Pearl. But we who have guarded it for centuries, we knew that the heart of Osiris had been taken. and that it must be returned at all costs. I have found it necessary to employ force, a thing I detest. But in my heart, I know that Osiris will forgive me, for I did it for him.
Well, perhaps Osiris will, Batik. But undoubtedly you're aware of the fact that there is another law here on Earth which metes out its own justice. And so...
No. Do not move toward me, I caution you. Believe me, I will gladly give myself over to you after I have returned the pearl. But I have not the black pearl. Until I do have it, you cannot have me.
I'm afraid you're mistaken about that. Believe me, I sympathize with you, but...
It is not your sympathy I want. It is the black pearl of Osiris. That is what I want, and that is what I will have.
Put down that gun, Batik.
You cannot frighten me. I am not sure whether you have a gun there in your pocket or not, but if you have, you had better begin firing it now, because...
Look out, Dick. He's aiming at the light.
Guard that door, Captain. The door, Captain. Don't let him get out.
Go. Dick, you're hurt. You're hurt.
Out of my way, Captain, or I...
After him, for heaven's sake, don't let him get away. Oh, my leg, I can't stand it. Go after him. Don't let him get away.
Yes, and by the Lord Harry, Tracy, I'll have the whole crew out to look for him.
Does that hurt, Mr. Tracy?
A little, Doctor, not much.
Not much, huh? I admire your nerve, sir, but you can't tell me that you aren't experiencing intense pain. I've probed for bullets before.
Well, you have to get it out, don't you?
Yes, but I'm not so sure that I can. That thigh of yours ought to be x-rayed to find out the exact location of the bullet. The bullet must be a very small one to judge from the wound.
Yeah, it was a very small revolver. A small pearl handle, one belonging to Dryden Small.
Ah, yes, Mr. Small. I treated him for a few knife wounds an hour ago. He'll be laid up for a long time. Mr. Tracy, I don't like that man. He deserved everything he got. Ah, that hurt you, didn't it?
No, it's all right. Please go on.
Yeah.
The crew are searching for Huey Batik, are they, Pat?
Yeah, every available man. They'll find him, too.
I wonder. He's clever, that Egyptian. They searched for him before and couldn't find...
Are they?
All right, Doctor. Pat, I'm afraid our Egyptian friend is clever enough to find a safe place to hide. I wish I could be out with the crew hunting for him.
What about that black pearl, Dick? The Egyptian seems sure Dryden Small had it. Have you any idea where it might be?
No, Pat, I haven't. I can't help thinking that if only I'd known about this before... Dryden Small had told me the whole story, all this might have been avoided.
That would have meant telling you that he stole the pearl of Osiris. You always suspected him, didn't you?
Well, I thought he was dishonest and evasive, but I didn't know anything definite.
Mr. Tracy.
Yes?
I'm not going to probe for that bullet anymore. It's useless.
Oh?
You have to wait until we dock tomorrow, go to a doctor immediately, and have it x-rayed. Unfortunately, we have no facilities for x-ray on board.
I see. All right, Doctor, I'll do that.
Now, bandage it up. I think you'll be able to get around.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. Thanks very much. No luck as yet, Captain?
Oh, none, Tracy, none. My men are searching the boat, but there doesn't seem to be much chance of finding Mr. Batik. As you say, he's probably chosen the one place where we wouldn't think of looking.
Yes. The one place where we wouldn't think of looking. I wonder what that might be.
If I knew, I could save the crew a lot of trouble. But I can promise you this, Tracy. He won't get off the boat when we dock tomorrow without being caught. I'll see to that.
Yes? I wonder, Captain. I wonder.
I've been watching the passengers go down the gangplank, Dick. And so far, I haven't seen anyone resembling Batik.
No, neither have I, Pat. Well, he's going to try to get off this boat. You can depend on that. We have every gangplank guarded.
Hey, Dick!
Junior! Well, old man, I'm glad to see you.
Oh, gosh, am I glad to see you, Dick. Oh, hello, Pat.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, Pat.
That's okay, kid. I know when Dick's around, no one else exists.
Tell me, Junior, how's the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol going? You got lots of members?
Boy, I'll say we have. Hey, what are you looking for?
Oh, a friend of ours, Junior. He thought he might be getting off the boat.
Some gangster, I'll bet.
Wrong that time, youngster.
See anyone, Pat?
No, I just thought for a minute that it isn't him.
Say, who are you looking for, anyway?
An Egyptian named Humi Batik. He's been hiding on boat. Wounded a man. He says he did it in self-defense. We've got to get him.
Dick, are you limping?
Well...
Give me a shot, Junior.
Shot by the Egyptian, huh?
Yeah.
Say, Dick, is it bad?
No, it's all right, Junior. Oh, Captain.
Hello there, Tracy. Any luck?
No, none as yet.
Well, I hope he hasn't got past us, but I don't see how he could. I've got men stationed all over the place. Humi Batik isn't hard to recognize with that yellow face of his.
There are two things that puzzle me, Captain. Where is Humi Batik hiding, and where is the Black Pearl? I searched Small's effects thoroughly and couldn't find it.
Well, I'd give a good deal to know the answers to those questions myself.
Say, Dick, isn't that a body they're bringing off now? Down by the hole there.
No, that isn't a body, Junior. That's a mummy case containing a mummy which belonged to the guy who was wounded.
A mummy? Oh, gosh.
What would be the one place we'd never think of looking?
What was that, Tracy?
Captain, I may be crazy, but come on.
Dick, where you going?
I'm going down to have a look at that mummy.
But, Dick, you don't actually think he'd be in there, do you?
I don't know, Pat. The one place we haven't looked for him. The one place no one would think of looking for him.
By heavens, Tracy, I believe you're right.
We'll soon know. Here, you.
Yeah?
Put that mummy case down, will you?
Oh, with pleasure. Boy, they sure built these things in the old days. Weighs a ton. All right, boys, put it down. Okay. There it goes. There we are. Well, I must say, Tracy, you certainly are thorough. Got to hand it to you. I would never have thought of looking in that mummy case.
Well, remember, we're not sure he's in there. He may not be, you know.
Yeah, there's something to that.
But I have a hunch, Pat. A hunch that he is. All right, boys. Pry out that lid.
Okay. Okay.
Draw your gun, Pat, and stand ready.
Right, Dick.
You may need it.
Is Humi Batik concealed in the mummy case? And supposing he is, where is the Black Pearl? A big surprise awaits us, a surprise you won't want to miss for anything. And now stand by for a meeting of the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol, brought to you by the makers of Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, those two nourishing, tasty cereals that are shot from guns. Here's Dick Tracy, Jr., your president now.
The meeting will now come to order, and today we have another secret code message for you from Dick Tracy.
Have you got your pencil and paper ready to take it down? If not, get them right now so you won't miss Dick's secret message.
While you're getting your pencil and paper, I want to report a lot of new promotions to the ranks of sergeant and lieutenant.
Congratulations, officers of the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol. And if you aren't an officer already, start to win your promotion right away. It tells you how in your secret code book.
All right, Mr. Quakerman. Here's the secret code message. You ready, everyone? It's prisoner 20, 6, 10, 16. 3, 21. 17, 16, 20, 8, 16, 3. 8, 18, 15, 4. 12, 21, 15, 13, 9, 14.
That's a long one, Junior. I think you better repeat it.
Okay, here it is again. It's prisoner 20, 6, 10, 16. 3, 21. 17, 16, 20, 8, 16, 3. 8, 18, 15, 4. 12, 21, 15, 13, 9, 14.
That's real news for you from Dick Tracy Patrol members. Be sure you decode that message. It's important. And with all the big things...
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo,
in the fog-shrouded grounds of Sir Cavalier Rausikana's estate.
Ah, there you are.
How did you get on?
I really think I worried her, Ula. I really worried her.
Just worried?
Funniest caper I've ever been on. Why try and scare her to death?
I've told you it's a joke. A practical joke.
Well, take my word for it, that woman in the house doesn't scare easily. Look, I've done my job. I want to be paid off.
Of course, but you haven't finished yet. You have to scream. You haven't given us the scream.
Okay. I'll give you a real blood curdler. Good enough?
No, I'm afraid it isn't. I think we need the real thing. Don't you?
Ula turned her head slightly and looked over one shoulder. The bushes parted, and a huge figure of a man loomed out of the fog. A large, hairy hand tightened its grip round a pistol.
No! No! No!
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Once an Omo user, always an Omo user, because it gets out the worst dirt and stains. Mrs. Francis of Port Elizabeth found that Omo cleaned her husband's bathing trunks.
He used to come home and they'd be marked and splodged with tar and oil from our beaches. Well, he wanted to throw them away, so I said, well, he'd soak them overnight on cold water Omo. And the next day they were shimmering white again.
Cold water Omo cleans best. Over 1 million South African housewives have proved it.
Lux is the beauty soap chosen by beautiful film stars around the world. They choose Lux for its rich, moisturizing lather. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Episode 5 of this story, in which John Steed arrives more or less safely, and Mrs. Peel chases the elusive voice of the Joker. George Fancy was dead, killed by a poisoned razor blade hidden at the back of a playing card. The playing card was a joker. John Steed was quick to realize that the booby trap had been meant for him. It had to be the work of Max Prendergast, who had recently broken out of a French jail. Steed knew that another trap had been set for Mrs. Peel. She was in even graver danger than he was. Invited down to the country home of Sir Cavalier Rusicana, Mrs. Peel had found the whole setup more than strange. The only occupant of the house was Sir Cavalier's ward, Ula, who'd left after dinner. Mrs. Peel, alone, was far from frightened and dealt very capably with the strange young man who'd arrived and tried to scare her. The young man now lay dead among the laurel bushes, and Ula, a wry smile on her face, watched the killer move towards the back of the house.
Oh, tonight is going to be such fun. I shall see all sorts of super things. I do love watching. It's so interesting. Such fun.
In the house, Mrs. Peel was beginning to think that the whole weekend was far from fun. She'd gone up to her room and prepared for any eventuality, a loaded revolver at her side. She settled herself in a comfortable chair at the foot of the four-poster bed and stretched out a hand for her book. It wasn't there. Mrs. Peel frowned and looked about the room.
The last time that happened, I found a rocking chair moving for no apparent reason. This time, could it be the window?
Mrs. Peel got up and moved to the window. It was then that she noticed a vase of roses on the floor. Had the curtains knocked the vase over? The wind?
In this fog? Most unlikely.
Mrs. Peel stooped and picked up the vase. The stems of the flowers remained in it. The heads of the roses lay on the floor. They had been deliberately snipped off.
Useless. Malicious and totally pointless thing to do. Kinky.
She moved to the table, where she found her book and opened it.
What the devil?
She stared down at a distorted portrait of herself. It was a cut-out picture from a glossy magazine, cut up, pasted down into a vicious gargoyle, a travesty of a face. One eye dropped out into her open hand.
Did I think someone was kinky? Brother, are they sick?
At that moment, the telephone rang.
Steed. It's just got to be John Steed.
Mrs. Peel left the room at top speed. She hurried down the corridor, swung the revolving door round, and belted down the stairs. In the hall, she picked up the telephone.
Steed? Steed!
The line was dead. Mrs. Peel found herself staring at the wires. They were cut. She remembered they had been cut half an hour ago. Even Mrs. Peel was a trifle unnerved. And then, from the kitchen, there came the sound of a door banging. Mrs. Peel went to investigate. The back door was open.
Well, let's hope whoever it is has gone out for good.
Mrs. Peel decided it was going to be a heavy night. She put a kettle on, and it was at that point that she heard the sound of the small bell Ula had left on the dining room table. Next stop, the dining room. Mrs. Peel made it in record time.
Who is it? Who's there?
No one.
Who's in here? Who rang that bell?
The bell lay on its side, rolling gently to and fro. Mrs. Peel turned to go when she heard the voice.
Emma. What? Who's there?
The voice seemed to echo through the house. Was it upstairs? Mrs. Peel moved to the stairs.
Emma, I'm here. I've come back to you. Emma.
Mrs. Peel moved up the stairs. At the top, the revolving card door showed not the Joker as she'd left it, but the death card.
Someone is playing Joker. Oh, well.
She pushed her way through the door and then heard the music. It came from her own room. Emma Peel remembered having seen a very old gramophone in the corner. She also recalled the coffin-shaped chest, which was filled with old 78 records, all of them this tune. She got to her room just as the record finished.
Now, who the devil put that on? I'm fed up with this.
Mrs. Peel, in a sudden outburst which was quite uncharacteristic of her, tore the record from the turntable and smashed it over her knee.
Nerves. That's what they're trying to do. Whittle me down with all these melodramatic tricks. Am I falling for it? Oh, not that again. The rocking chair. Well, this time I'm all set and raring to go. The far room.
Characteristically, Mrs. Peel entered the far room at top speed. She slammed the door open. She stopped dead. For there, in the rocking chair, was a man. He was swaying to and fro.
Right. Stay where you are. Don't move.
The body turned as it fell. The strange young man lay on his back. A bullet hole darkened the center of his forehead. You can't get more dead than dead. John Steed, intent on getting to Mrs. Peel as swiftly as possible, was crawling his way through the fog. He was driving more by instinct than anything else. He knew he was heading west. Otherwise, he had to admit he was lost.
Well, this is it. Night in the fog. Stuck. Lost.
Hey, you there? Hey, you be out on a rough night, mister.
You don't know a place called Rousikana Hall, do you?
I should think I do, too.
Well, that's where I'm heading. How much further?
You be turning into the driveway right this minute, mister. It be there under your very nose, and you can't be seeing it.
What do you mean this is it?
Yeah, that's right. Just turn up the driveway. Blow me down right on the spot and don't know it. Hey, good night to you.
Good night. Well, first bit of luck I've had today.
The luck didn't last all that long.
Now what?
It was Emma Peel's car. Ula had left it carelessly parked halfway across the drive. Steed groped his way forward and recognized the car.
Mrs. Peel! Mrs. Peel!
Steed's voice seemed to echo through the heavy fog. Clutching his stick, he limped up the driveway. Best foot forward, Steed. The other one's not much good. Mrs. Peel left the small room at the end of the corridor, determined to get the police immediately. She was on her way downstairs when she heard it.
That record again. Emma. And the voice.
Mrs. Peel, still clutching her gun, walked slowly along the corridor, through the revolving card door, and onto the stairs.
Where are you? And who are you? Just step out where I can see you.
A quiet little chat. That's all I want. About old time.
I don't know you.
Oh, yes, you do.
Then show yourself. Where are you?
Everywhere, anywhere you run to, I'll be there. I am inescapable. I may be right over here, or just by your shoulder. You can't see me, but I can stretch out a hand and touch you.
Mrs. Peel made for the front door.
The key has gone, Emma. You won't get out that way.
Let me out.
Which way will you go?
No! Let me out! Let me out! No!
Oh, here. All right. Everywhere you go, I shall be. I am everywhere waiting for you, Emma, my dear.
Let me out!
Waiting for you to hold you in my arms. Come to me, Emma. You can't get away. Come to me.
Stop it!
You are frightened now, aren't you, Emma Peel? Frightened at last.
And with a final heave on the spanner, Ronnie Miller finishes changing his flat tire in just 6 minutes, 32 seconds. Well done, Ronnie. You play any other sports?
I wash the car once in a while.
You look very fresh, Ronnie. What deodorant do you use?
Shield for Sportsmen, of course.
Why?
It works.
Shield for Sportsman deodorant won't stick, sting, or stain. In aerosol or roll-on, it's made to keep sportsmen cool and dry. Think what it can do for you. There's no dirt that can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo.
If you use cold water, Omo comes out very, very easily indeed.
Says Mrs. Sutherland of the Innican. Once an Omo user, always an Omo user. It cleans best.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo. The Avengers. Donald Monat as John Steed.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
Sylvia warned me. She told me about you. Now I know why. She was telling the truth. She knows you, Frank Gerard. She said you were no good.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the unusual story of the confession. The courthouse walls of a county in an eastern state have echoed for many years the vibrant, persuasive voice of William Marshall. Marshall has defended countless numbers of persons, great and small, who'd become entangled in the meshes of the law, and he has never lost a case. The great criminal lawyer attributes his success to the fact that he has never taken a case in which he was not convinced that the defendant was either innocent or the victim of unfortunate circumstances. At the moment, in the anteroom of Marshall's office, a beautiful young girl and a handsome man of 30 wait for an audience with the attorney. After some 15 minutes of waiting, the girl speaks to the handsome man.
Pardon me, but are you in a terrible hurry to see Mr. Marshall?
Why, no. No, that is, my business can wait a few moments.
Well, I'd appreciate it so much if I could see him first. I'll only be a few minutes. I just got off the train and I've got to see him.
I see. Is it really as bad as all that?
What?
You sound as though you're in terrible trouble.
Oh, I am. I really am.
Oh, that's too bad. How'd it happen?
How did what happen?
How'd you get into such trouble?
Well, I've spent all my money. I'm broke.
Oh, is that your trouble?
Yes. What did you think?
Oh, I thought maybe you'd murdered your husband.
Oh, no, I haven't a husband. I've never been married.
No. Well, my name is Frank Gerard.
Yes? My name is Jean Marshall. William Marshall is my father. I've been away at school for a year, and you know what can happen to a girl's finances in a year. So I've either got to borrow some money from Father or borrow his car to get home.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do if you care to wait a few minutes. That is, after I get to see your father, I'll take you right to your door.
Well, I suppose it's all right. Are you a client of Father's, Mr.
I
John?
certainly hope to be. He's a busy man, but I hope he can find time to handle my business.
All right. I live in Mission Hills.
That's not far. I have nothing to do. I'd love to accommodate you.
Then I won't be with Father over 1 minute.
Your father will be right out, Miss Marshall.
Jean, darling, I'm very glad you're home. But what are you doing at the office?
I'm broke, Father.
All right, here you are. Money, money, money. Sorry, darling. I wish I could talk to you a while now, but I've got to be in court in 20 minutes. See you at dinner.
This gentleman is waiting to see you, Mr. Gerard.
Oh, I see. Gerard? Well, come in, Mr. Gerard. See you at dinner, Jean.
Yes, Father. Bye.
Come along, Gerard. Gerard. Sit down. Seems to me I've seen you before, Gerard.
Have you, Mr. Marshall? Where?
Gerard. Wait a minute. I know now. You're Frank Gerard.
That's right. Frank Gerard.
What do you want?
I want you to handle a case for me.
What sort of a case?
A murder case.
Murder? Who did you kill, Gerard?
Now, wait a minute. First, I want to know if you're going to handle the case.
That depends. Who did you kill and what were the circumstances? And remember, I want the truth. I've got to know everything.
All right. I killed Joe Barkowitz.
Joe Barkowitz? So, that's what happened to Joe.
Yeah. And the police are hot on the trail. And sooner than you imagine, they're going to trace it to me. In fact, they're on my trail now. And the evidence is going to be so strong against me because we were enemies that, well, I'm going to have a tough job convincing a jury.
Convincing them of what?
That I shot Joe Barkowitz in self-defense.
Self-defense? You shot him in self-defense?
Certainly. I'm not a killer.
Self-defense. Do you expect me to believe that?
Why shouldn't you?
Gerard, I know all about you. You belong on the shady side of this city. You've pulled several things that have not been traced to you. You've gotten away with them. But I think you're very bad material. Joe Barkowitz was bad material. It's too bad you didn't kill each other at the same time.
Is that the way you feel about it?
I do. And if Joe Barkowitz came to me with the same story, I'd tell him the same thing. It wasn't in self-defense.
Yeah? I've got a witness.
Oh.
Mickey Gifford was with me. He saw Joe pull a gun on me.
Mickey Gifford? Why, I wouldn't trust him across the street. He was Joe Barkowitz's right-hand man until you came along. He'd turn state's evidence so fast it'd make you dizzy.
You really think that, eh?
Certainly. I wouldn't touch your case.
Why not?
Because I think you deliberately murdered Joe Barkowitz. And I've never yet defended a person unless I was convinced he was innocent of malice aforethought.
So you don't think I killed Joe in self-defense?
No. I know you. I know all about you.
Okay, Marshal, I'll find somebody else.
Then find them. I'm not interested.
You're making a big mistake, Marshal. A big mistake.
I'm a busy man, Gerard. Good day.
Okay, Marshal. Okay. Oh, Miss Marshall, I was longer than I thought I'd be.
That's all right, Mr. Gerard.
Where did you say you lived? Oh, yes, Mission Hills. Are you ready now?
I certainly am. I've got some bags downstairs. Can you handle them?
I'd be delighted, Miss Marshall. Come along.
This is awfully sweet of you. How can I thank you?
Oh, you don't have to thank me, Miss Marshall. It's a pleasure. A great pleasure.
A week later, Jean Marshall has fallen deeply in love with Frank Gerard. She's seen Frank night after night. Now, 2 weeks later, she has begun to stay out rather late. Too late, in fact, to please her beautiful stepmother, Sylvia, who has mentioned the matter to Mr. Marshall.
Jean, dear, you've been getting in rather late quite a few nights in succession, haven't you?
Well, yes. Lots of parties this summer, Father.
They seem to break up unusually late. Sylvia says you came in around 3 this morning.
Oh? Were you awake when I came in, Sylvia?
Yes, I've been troubled with insomnia lately.
Insomnia at your age? Why, you should do something about that, Sylvia.
Who escorts you to these parties, Jean? Why do you always leave here alone?
Oh, that's the way everyone's doing these days.
Why?
Gas rationing. The girl meets her escort halfway, parks her car, and continues on in his.
I see. Well, I'd prefer that you try to get in a little earlier. I didn't know you were staying out so late until Sylvia told me.
Is that why Sylvia has insomnia?
Yes, Jean. You never say where you're going or who you're going with. It naturally worries me.
Where were you last night?
Why, I went to a party given by Jack Hyatt. You know the Hyatt.
Oh, of course. But I'm sure you understand what Sylvia and I mean.
Oh, I'm not a kid anymore.
Well, I've got to run along now. See you at dinner, Sylvia.
Why didn't you tell your father the truth, Jean?
I told him everything he wanted to know.
You weren't at a party given by Jack Hyatt last night because Jack Hyatt has been at Pensacola Naval Station for 4 weeks.
He's on leave.
I talked to his mother yesterday. She'd have told me if he were home. You're meeting the same man every night. Someone you don't want us to know about. Oh, it has nothing to do with gas rationing. Either he doesn't want to come here or you don't want him to come.
You're not my mother, Sylvia. And you're not so many years older than I am, so why don't you quit trying to mother me?
Are you in love with this man?
Yes, I am. Terribly in love. I've never met anyone like him. He's young, handsome, and charming, and I'll marry him the minute he asks me. Does that answer your question?
Why don't you bring him to the house?
Because he and Father had some business disagreements, and Father doesn't care for him. But whether Father likes him or not, well, that has nothing to do with me.
Who is he?
His name is Frank Gerard.
Frank Gerard? You mean...
Well, what's wrong with him?
You... Oh, you can't mean it.
Well, what are you so shocked about? Do you know him?
No. That is not personally. Oh, but he isn't your type. He's a gambler, a gangster.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
He belongs to the lowest element in town, the underworld. Oh, no wonder he doesn't want to come here. He's not in love with you. He's stringing you. He isn't the marrying kind. Oh, please, Jean, don't see him anymore. Oh, if your father knew this, it would kill him.
If we're talking about the same man, Father is entirely wrong. Father forms opinions about people he knows nothing about from personal experience. Frank is the sweetest man in the world.
Oh, please, Jean, don't go through with this.
You know nothing about him except what Father has told you?
No.
Then why don't you stop saying things about people? Things of which you have no personal knowledge.
Very well, Jean. I'm terribly sorry for you. I'm sorrier for your father. This will break his heart.
Oh, Sylvia, don't be so dramatic.
And now several more days have passed, and Jean continues to see Frank Gerard, but never brings him to the house. Sylvia has said nothing about Jean's infatuation to the father for fear of the consequences. Then, one day, Frank Gerard has an unexpected visitor at his apartment.
Well, hello, Frank.
Annette. Well, come in.
Haven't seen you around for quite a while.
No, I've been awfully busy lately.
Yeah? What's been keeping you so busy?
Oh, one thing and another.
I haven't heard from you in over 2 weeks. Lose my phone number?
No.
Why don't you use it?
I told you I've been busy. I've been out of town a good deal.
I subscribe to the Grapevine. You ought to know that I can find out everything I want to.
Yeah?
Frank, you're making one terrific mistake if you think I'm the kind of a gal who can be kicked into the corner like an old shoe whenever you take a notion.
Who's kicking you around?
What else would you call it?
Now, look, you haven't anything to squawk about, Annette. You've had all the breaks for a couple of years.
So, just like that, you decide you've seen me around a little too long.
Your imagination's running wild. You're just working yourself up into a dither.
You said it. And Frank, when I really get worked up, you'll see a dither that is a dither.
You needn't get any louder.
I've overlooked an incident or two before because they were mere flashes in the pan. But believe me, this time it's different.
You've been listening to a lot of bunk.
I know where you've been and what you've been doing since the last time I saw you.
So what?
I'm a woman, Frank. Oh, not from Vassar or Park Avenue. But when it comes to feelings and emotions, I'm just like any other woman. I don't care who she is. Waited and waited for that moment when we could be married.
Married?
No other woman will ever love you as I have. You belong to me, Frank. This Marshall girl has no right whatever, do you hear?
That's not for you to decide.
Oh, you don't love her. You've suddenly gone high-hat. You'll only make a sap of yourself.
You're just a natural-born troublemaker, Annette.
Troublemaker?
Yes. You had any ideas about marriage, you concocted them yourself. I never mentioned the subject.
I could kill you.
What did you say, Annette?
Frank Gerard, if you marry this Marshall girl, if you even see her again, I'll kill you.
Kill me?
Yes.
I think you're bluffing, Annette Laverne.
I'll show you.
I intend to see Jean Marshall many, many times. And if I should decide to marry her, I will.
So long, Frank. I'll be seeing you.
Yeah. You better change your face before you get outside. You might scare somebody.
And on that very evening, Frank Gerard and Jean Marshall sit in a booth of a quiet roadside inn on the outskirts of town. The old innkeeper, having no other customers, divides his time between serving the food and playing soft music on an old violin.
Well, I like it here, Frank. So quiet and secluded. How'd you ever find it?
Oh, I don't know.
Have you been here before?
Once. Some time ago.
You know, darling, I guess that's why I like you so much.
Yeah? Why?
Well, you always seem to know the right thing to do at the right time, the right place to go.
Do I, dear?
Yes. And we seem to get along so well together. We talk about so many things. We understand each other.
Yes.
We seem to have so much in common. Mutual interest in things and places and people.
We've sort of avoided people.
Why should we want people around us? Nightclubs positively bore me. You really love me, don't you, Frank?
What do you think?
Oh, darling. From the moment you leave me at night until I see you again next day, I almost... Well, it seems like 1,000 years. All day long, I worry and worry.
What about?
That I won't see you that evening.
Don't ever worry about that, Jean.
Remember that day in Father's office? When we first met?
I certainly do.
Did you feel the same way as I did?
I'm sure I did.
I knew from that moment that I loved you. That no one else had ever or would ever mean so much.
You're such a lovely girl, Jean. Lovely eyes. Red hair. In fact, you're the most beautiful picture I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, Frank, darling. I have a wonderful idea.
So have I. A terrific idea.
Why can't we drive someplace out of town tomorrow?
That's just what I was going to suggest. We can drive out of town and go to someplace up in the mountains. We can swim and fish and boat. Would you like that?
And we could stop someplace on the way, some little town.
Oh, of course we could.
Just as at the
There are a
peak.
dozen towns on the way.
Oh, Frank, darling, I've never been so happy in all my life.
Oh, wait a minute.
What's wrong?
Oh, I can't possibly go tomorrow, Jean. I have an important engagement tomorrow. A business engagement. It's very important. I've got to keep it.
Oh, Frank.
We can leave the next morning early. Won't that be all right, dear?
Well, I guess it'll have to be all right.
Good. And I won't see you until morning after tomorrow because, well, I'll be tied up all tomorrow evening as well.
Oh, darling.
I can't help it. I don't like it any more than you do.
All right. Guess I can stand it. Tomorrow morning and all day tomorrow and tomorrow night. Well, I guess I can pull through. I'll see you at the usual place day after tomorrow. What time?
We better start early. Say, 8 o'clock.
I'll be there, darling.
The next afternoon, Jean is in her room packing a few outing things. Her father has come home from the office early, so he drops in to see Jean on his way to his room.
Hello, Jean.
Father, what on earth are you doing home so early?
Oh, I don't know. I got a little weary, kind of tired lately, so I thought I'd just quit for the day. The heat was terrific in town.
Why don't you give up practicing? Heaven knows you've enough money.
Oh, I've thought about it, but I just can't bring myself to quit. Afraid I'll fall apart once I admit I'm through with the profession.
I should think you'd want to quit and get around a bit and enjoy life. See things. You've done nothing but keep your nose to the wheel.
Where in the world can you go these days?
Oh, there are plenty of places to go. Right around here. Within 100 miles of your own door.
Mm-hmm. And where are you going?
Oh, I'm running up to the mountains with some of the gang.
Looks like you're packing enough for a week.
Really? Oh, no, just for the weekend.
Tell me, in all the parties you've been to this summer, how does it happen you haven't been to the Wilmots?
Oh, I don't know. Just didn't happen to fit in, I guess. Parties at several places every night.
Fine family, the Wilmots. Fine family. What happened to you and Charlie Wilmot? You and Charlie used to be great pals before you went away to school. Always liked that boy.
Oh, when kids go away to school, things like that just break up.
Hasn't broken up with Charlie. I saw him today, and he's still crazy about you, Jean.
Is he?
Yes, he said he tried and tried to talk to you on the phone, but you were never in.
Maybe I wasn't.
I'm taking Charlie into my firm as junior partner next week. Oh, he'll make a fine lawyer. Lots of brains, that boy.
No, he's such a stick in the mud.
You could do far worse.
Are you trying to make a match for me? Is that it?
Oh, certainly not. I wouldn't want you to marry anyone you didn't love.
Oh, good. I'm glad you said that. So why don't you let me select the man? I'm sure I'm capable of finding the one I love.
All right, but Charlie's a fine boy.
Oh, here you are, William. You're home early. Don't you feel well?
Well, you know.
Oh, you're awfully pale, dear. You've had another one of those dizzy spells.
Yes, doctor said it's just my liver. Take it easy over the weekend. Jean's going up to the mountains for a few days.
Mountains?
Yes. Well, I think I'll take a nap before dinner.
When did you decide to go to the mountains, Jean?
Last night.
You're really going to the mountains?
Yes, I'm going to the mountains with some of the gang.
When?
Tomorrow morning at 8, and as usual, you don't believe me.
Well, I think you may be going to the mountains, but not with the gang, as you term it.
Then maybe you'd like to come along to make sure. Would you like to be chaperone? Maybe I could arrange it.
Please don't go, Jean. Please don't. You'll regret this to the last day of your life.
Think so?
You're not going with the gang. You're going with him, with Frank Gerard.
Yes. And on the way, we're going to be married.
Married? I don't believe that.
Why should I lie about it?
You may think he's going to marry you, but he has no such intentions. It's an old trick.
Sylvia, if you don't drop the subject, you'll drive me into hysterics.
Very well, Jean. I've warned you. I've done my best. You're going to be a sad, sad girl.
The afternoon passes and evening comes. Frank Gerard in his apartment lolls and considers the past and the future. Then, as he prepares a drink, there is a soft knock at his door.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Gerard.
Well, please come in. What can I do for you, Mrs. Marshall?
I want to talk to you.
Yes? Well, make yourself comfortable. Oh, what a beautiful gown, Mrs. Marshall.
Thank you.
I haven't seen you for some time. How long has it been?
It's been 4 years, Mr. Gerard. We met last in a nightclub with a group of mutual friends.
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. You were captivating that evening, and may I say you're most charming tonight?
What a line.
I've often wondered if I'd ever see you again.
Have you? Well, here I am.
And I'm flattered. Highly flattered.
And just as conceited as ever.
Very happy you're here.
You won't be when you hear why I came.
No? Oh, how disappointing. I was sure you came just to see me. Me alone.
I did come to see you alone. Are you alone?
Well, of course. You're perfectly safe here, Mrs. Marshall. Mrs. Marshall. The Mrs. Marshall of the Blue Book. Sylvia de Levante. Remember the Club National in Detroit? The Folie Nationale, starring Sylvia de Levante, direct from London. I can see it now.
So can I. What of it?
Does your husband know all about that?
He does.
I doubt it. Maybe he'd be interested to know, huh?
I don't scare, Mr. Gerard. And why are you on the defensive? Maybe you know why I'm here.
Oh, now, please, don't disappoint me.
I came here to appeal to your decency, if you have any.
Well?
Jean Marshall is a fine girl. I want you to leave her alone.
I beg your pardon?
Her father is the finest man who ever lived. He worships her. Jean is under the impression that you intend to marry her. I know better. If Jean got mixed up with you, it would kill her father.
Did Jean tell you we were going to be married?
Yes, and you've led her to believe that. But you know you've no such intentions, and you're going to the mountains with her in the morning.
That's right.
but not to get married.
Mrs. Marshall, if you were to run along home now and forget all about this and tend to your own business, I might see to it that your husband never knows all about you that might be told.
You don't like Jean's father, and he doesn't like you. Why would you want to marry a girl under those conditions?
That is none of your business.
Maybe I'll make it my business.
You do, and I'll guarantee you'll regret it. You'd better run along now.
Then you won't listen to me. My appeals to your sense of decency mean nothing.
Now, look, I've had... You better get out of here. Go out through the back way and through the other hall.
Very well, but please consider what I say.
Yes, I'll consider. Go on. Just a moment.
Darling, I had to see you.
Why, Jean.
I just couldn't stand to be away from you so long.
I didn't expect to see you this evening.
I knew you said you were going to be busy tonight, but I'll just stay a moment. Oh, Frank, darling, it's been a million years this day.
Yes, dear, I missed you terribly, but, well, I didn't expect you, and...
I just wanted to see you for a second, that's all. Are we driving tomorrow or taking the train?
We can drive if you like. It's not far.
I can take my car. I love to drive the top down, and yours isn't convertible.
All right, we'll take your car.
All right. I'll go now. Night, darling. Tomorrow's going to be the most wonderful day of my life. But I've said that before so many times.
Good night, dear.
Frank, dearest, where are my slippers?
What? Who is that, Frank?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Frank, darling, what on earth has become of my...
Sylvia.
Why, Jean.
What are you doing here in those pajamas?
How'd you get into that bedroom? What are you doing in my pajamas?
Why,
So you didn't know Frank Gerard, never met him. No wonder you tried to talk me out of
Jean,
marrying
listen
him.
to me.
And you had a business appointment. So this is your appointment. This is why you couldn't leave this morning.
Jean, she just came here a minute or so ago.
You
I didn't know...
expect me. I thought you were terribly startled when I walked in. I see it all now.
Jean, will you wait?
Sylvia warned me. She told me you were no good. Now I know why. She was telling the truth. Sylvia knows you. You despicable rat.
Well, Mr. Gerard, maybe that will take the wind out of your sails.
I'll just slip into that bedroom.
I'll change now, if you don't mind.
You think you're very clever, don't you? Well, how'd you like it if I picked up this phone and asked a friend of mine down the hall to step in here? Find you in this condition.
What? Well, you wouldn't do that.
That would be wonderful, wouldn't it? Famous attorney's wife found in Frank Gerard's apartment in pajamas. How'd you like that?
Wait, don't do that.
It won't take a second.
Please don't. Please, I'll go.
You'll keep your mouth shut from now on?
Yes, I promise.
If I hear one peep out of you, I'll really make trouble.
Next morning, Sylvia Marshall gets a call to come to the apartment of Frank Gerard. A few moments after her arrival, Attorney Marshall gets a call at his office to come to Gerard's apartment. Now, Sylvia's talking to Captain Brent from headquarters.
But why have you called me here, Captain Brent?
Frank Gerard was killed last night. His body's in that bedroom.
What?
And on the floor of the bedroom, we found this locket with your name on it. Pictures of you and your husband.
But how could that have happened?
That's what we wanted to ask you about. How do you think your locket could get here?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Oh, hello, Captain.
How are you, Bill?
This is my daughter, Jean. Sylvia, what are you doing here?
I sent for her, Bill. Frank Gerard was murdered.
Murdered?
We found your wife's locket on his bedroom floor. I don't like to stir up more trouble than necessary, so I called you. Here's the locket.
This is yours, Sylvia. How did it get here? Did you know Gerard?
Yes. I knew him. Years ago.
What were you doing here?
I came here to talk to him.
What about? This is serious, Sylvia. The truth now.
Would you like to tell them, Jean?
What does Jean know about it?
Go ahead. Tell them, Jean. Very well. I came here to talk to Frank Gerard last night because Jean had fallen for him and was going to the mountains with him for the weekend. She thought he was going to marry her, but I knew better. That's how my locket got here.
Jean, is this true? Frank Gerard?
She's lying. I was here, but I learned she was in love with Frank, and I came here to persuade her to give him up for your sake. She was here when I came in the bedroom in pajamas.
Sylvia.
That's right. I thought I could convince her that he was no good. So when Jean knocked, I slipped into the bedroom instead of out of the back door, put on the pajamas, and stepped into the living room. But I left a few minutes later, and I didn't kill Gerard.
Were you in love with this man, Jean?
No. I didn't even know him.
Jean, how can you say that?
I'm sorry to say it, but Mrs. Marshall is in a tough spot, especially with this locket.
You didn't know this man, Jean?
No. I left here before Sylvia did. So if anybody stabbed him, it must have been Sylvia. I certainly didn't kill him, if that's what you mean.
Well, we've got one more suspect coming, I hope.
Here she is, Captain. Find her waiting for a train.
Oh, yes. Come in, Miss Laverne.
What's all this about?
Just want to check on a few things, Annette. When did you see Frank last?
It's been weeks and weeks. We split up. Why, what's happened?
Frank is, he's in that bedroom. He's been murdered.
Murdered? Oh, no.
You haven't seen him for weeks and weeks, huh?
No, I haven't.
Turn on that dictaphone machine you found, Sergeant.
What did you say, Annette?
Frank Gerard, if you marry this Marshall girl, if you even see her again, I'll kill you.
Kill me?
Yes,
Well, I think you're bluffing, Annette Laverne.
I'll show you.
I intend to see Jean Marshall many, many times. And if I decide to marry her, I will.
That, Annette, is your own voice. Gerard recorded that on this dictaphone. You threatened his life, didn't you?
Yes, but I didn't shoot him. I couldn't have killed him. I loved Frank.
That, Miss Annette Laverne, is the most conclusive evidence I've ever come across.
I didn't kill him. I didn't, I tell you.
Come along, Annette. Sorry, but there's nothing else I can do.
How did you say Gerard was killed?
With a paper knife. He was stabbed.
Miss Laverne, I'm William Marshall, and I'm going to defend you. I think you did society a good turn.
What?
If you consent, I'll defend you. And from what I know of this case, I'll practically guarantee that you'll be acquitted. How about it? May I help you?
Yes, but I'm innocent.
You're innocent of any wrong as far as I can see. I think what you did is pardonable.
Yes, Mr. Marshall, so far as you can see, Annette did a good deed. Gerard was a blot on society. The evidence is conclusive against her, but you'll get her an acquittal. And why? Because you know she deserves an acquittal. She didn't kill Gerard, but you know who did. Yes, your daughter, Jean. And how do you know? Because Jean was the only person who knew how Gerard was killed. Jean said that if anybody stabbed Frank, it must have been Sylvia. No one had mentioned how he was killed, so if Jean knew he was stabbed, she must have been in the room. But Gerard is out of the way now. He'll be no further trouble to anyone.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
You each week by the Blue Coal Dealers of America. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The Shadow will be with you in just a moment. You've undoubtedly heard the expression, easy does it. Well, that's what you can say when you burn blue coal. For blue coal is really easy to use. It sends up quick, dependable heat the moment drafts are opened in the morning. It burns evenly and steadily with little attention on cold days. It banks perfectly in mild weather. And blue coal saves you money at all times. For when you order blue coal, you get extra home heating service, too. Free advice on how to reduce your heating expenses. So phone your friendly blue coal dealer tomorrow. He'll show you the easy way to heat your home. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's story, The Mark of the Black Widow.
Suppose we have our coffee in here in the study, Margot.
Oh, I'd love to, Dr. Grant. In fact, I've been waiting for years for an excuse to see the inside of this room. Haven't you, Lamont?
Yes. If I'd anticipated this opportunity, Dr. Grant, I'd have brought along my camera and notebook.
I see. I think you have an exaggerated idea about the contents of this room.
Oh, but it's fascinating. Just look around this place, Lamont. Mummy cases and statues and old stone carvings.
Yes. I presume that most of these pieces are Egyptian, aren't they, Dr. Grant?
Yes, that's right. I did a good deal of work in Egypt about 20 years ago. You know, excavations and that sort of thing.
I should imagine that there's a fascinating story that goes with every one of these relics.
Some of them have a legend, yes, Margot.
About a pharaoh's curse, perhaps? Or an evil spirit?
Margot's been reading too many horror stories, Doctor.
No, she hasn't, Lamont. I myself have seen too many examples of strange misfortunes that have befallen the defilers of certain tombs to treat that statement lightly.
Oh, really? Well, I was only kidding, you know, Doctor.
Well, I personally have been exposed to one of those ancient curses.
Say, I've got to hear more about this.
Well, it's a very long and I'm quite sure a very dull story, so we'll save it for some other time, shall we? Besides, this is not a night for mystic yarns. See, the moon is too bright and the sky is full of...
What? Why, someone threw a rock through that window.
Yes.
It just missed your head, Doctor.
Look, look, someone's running across the lawn.
Well, it's too late to catch him, whoever it was. Say, there seems to be a note attached to this stone.
Well...
Yes. Perhaps you better read it, Doctor.
Let me see it, please. Listen to this. You remember Egypt, the Pharaoh's tomb. He who was dead is returning. When the votes are cast, I remind you of our duty. The signature is a drawing of a spider.
What in the world is it all about?
Do you understand it, Doctor?
Perfectly. He who was dead is returning. Lamont, that story I said I'd tell you some other time.
Yes?
I'll tell it to you now because it concerns this note I just received. Do you mind?
Mind? I should say not.
Well, about 20 years ago, 3 other scientists and myself, all of us young and ambitious, were working on the excavation of a tomb on the upper Egyptian Nile. One day we broke through a hidden wall and came upon a room that was almost crammed to the ceiling with rare and precious jewels. We stood in awe at the entrance to that room, our eyes dazzled by the brilliance. Taylor, Hollister, do you see what I see?
Oh,
it's...
Yes.
There can't be this many precious jewels in the world.
Hey, fellows, what did you find? Well, do you think that was worth digging for, Willoughby?
Worth digging Worth digging for? Why, those jewels... those jewels... Why, they're millions and millions.
Well, what do we do now?
What do you mean?
Do we notify the authorities and turn this over to them?
Why, yes, I guess so, of course.
Why?
What?
I'm asking why. Why should we give up this fortune?
Yes, but Taylor, that's customary. It's a thing to do.
Well, who would ever have to know about it? Only we 4 have the knowledge of this hidden room. Now, do we tell the authorities?
Taylor, you're not serious about this? Why, if we were found out, we'd be disgraced, ruined in our profession.
Wouldn't a few $1 million compensate that ruin?
Taylor's right, Hollister.
Of course I'm right. All we have to do is keep quiet and we're millionaires. Millionaires! Why, we could buy the world.
So you see, Margot and Lamont, 3 of us did keep quiet. But Hollister talked. He told the authorities about our discovery. We were all resentful of what we thought was his disloyal treachery. We even made idle threats on his life. Yes, I was in accord with the others. My only excuse now is that I was very young. However, we soon forgot those threats as we lost ourselves in hard work. And then one day, when our job was almost done, the 4 of us were standing in the main excavation. Suddenly, we heard a shout of warning from the bank above.
Look out! Look out below! The wall is caving in!
Frantically, we scrambled for the opposite embankment. Then from behind us, we heard a cry of distress.
Wait! I twisted my ankle! Help me!
It was Hollister. We turned, started back to him, and then... We were too late. Hollister was buried beneath that avalanche.
Oh, how awful.
Laborers dug for his body all that night and into the next day, but it wasn't found. The next evening, we sailed for the States.
What a horrible death.
No, you're wrong. You see, Hollister didn't die.
What?
We learned later that he reached one of the tunnels before the landslide occurred and covered him. And 3 days later, he emerged from the tomb alive.
Well, that's remarkable. But say, that's part of the message then. He who was dead is returning.
Exactly. Hollister came back to the States today. He's been in Egypt all these years. Done some remarkable work, too.
What does the rest of the message mean? About doing your duty when the votes are cast.
Well, you see, Hollister's name is up for membership in the American chapter of the Royal Order of Scientists. Perhaps he fears that we will blackball him because of our ancient grudge.
Is it quite an honor to belong to the society?
The greatest honor that can be bestowed on a scientist. Naturally, Hollister's anxious to get it.
And you think this message is from Hollister?
I'm not sure. But he has nothing to fear. Neither Taylor Willoughby or myself have any ill feeling toward him.
How does he feel about all of you?
Oh, that's a different story. I've heard reports that he thinks that landslide was a deliberate attempt on his life, which, of course, is not true at all.
Well, that explains everything in the message but the signature.
Oh, you mean the drawing of the spider?
Yes.
Well, that drawing was on the wall of the room that was filled with jewels. The symbol of the spider is an ancient, never-failing Egyptian curse of death.
Next member will vote, please. Next, put the ball in the box. Your vote, if you please, gentlemen. Place ball in box. Cast your ballot. Ball in box. Your ballot. Ballot. Mr. Raymond Hollister.
Yes?
Will you stand, please? You have petitioned for membership in the Royal Order of Scientists?
I have.
I regret to inform you, sir, that one black ball having been dropped in the box, your application is rejected.
I knew it. I knew they'd do this to me.
Mr. Hollister, please.
This is their second attack on me. And believe me, this time it shall not pass unanswered.
Lamont, I asked you to come here tonight to help Taylor Willoughby and me find Hollister.
I see, Dr. Grant.
Yes, we must find him. We've got to convince him that we were not responsible for his being rejected to our membership.
You say, Mr. Taylor, that Hollister disappeared the day after the voting took place?
Yes, that's right.
Well, isn't there any way of finding out who did blackball him, Dr. Grant?
No. No way in the world, Margot.
No, there isn't any. My, I'm warm. My dinner jacket seems to be a bit too much tonight. Grant, I think you should tell Mr. Cranston about Hollister's threat, too.
Oh, yes, that's right, Willoughby. It seems the secretary of the club told us later that Hollister vowed vengeance against all three of us.
Vengeance?
Yes, that's right.
Well, as he seems to have vanished so completely, I wouldn't worry too much about that.
Well, frankly, I am worried about it, Mr. Cranston. Hollister's crazed brain is liable to seek complete revenge.
Oh, I'm not worried on that score, Taylor. Are you, Willoughby? I say, are you Willoughby?
Oh, he's fallen asleep. Maybe it's the heat in that dinner jacket that did it.
Well, I can't say that I blame him. Such a sultry night.
Willoughby, come on, old man. Wake up.
Wait, gentlemen. The sidelights are poor. Put on that overhead light.
Why? Why, what's the trouble?
There you are.
Willoughby. Willoughby.
What's wrong with him, Lamont?
Willoughby is dead.
Where are we going tonight? Another explorers get together?
No.
Well, why all the mystery? Just who are we going to visit?
Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, I see. Well, that's good. Mr. Willoughby? He's dead, Lamont.
Yes, I know.
Well, did you plan to meet him at any special place?
Oh, yes.
Under an old tombstone, perhaps?
Oh, no. A much cheerier place than that.
Where?
The morgue.
Oh, the what?
I'm very curious to learn just why Mr. Willoughby died so suddenly.
Well, are you going to examine his body?
Well, not exactly, Margot. That's going to be a job for the Shadow.
Well, you're all sleeping peacefully tonight, my pretties. Yes. I like to see that. It shows that we're all friends here. Yes, all friends, yes. Oh, this lid's down. I must open it. Oh, you're rather standoffish, my pretty. Oh, no, you're not too pretty, are you? But you see, I like the lids open so that you all may become acquainted. You're all brothers now, you know. Yes, brothers in death. Whether you be rich or poor. Hey?
Old man,
Hey, what? What was that? Did someone speak?
I spoke.
Who are you?
I am called the Shadow.
The Shadow? But I don't see you.
No, my hypnotic powers have clouded your mind, made me invisible to your eyes.
Oh. That's very clever, yes. Very clever. Sure a remarkable man, Mr. Shadow. Take it on the word of the morgue keeper.
These bodies, all these bodies here, are they in your care?
Oh, yes, of course.
Among these bodies, is there one named Willoughby? He came here last night, died very suddenly.
Oh, that one, yes. He's over there on that table. He was the heart case, you know.
Have you yourself noticed anything unusual about the body?
No different from the others.
If you don't mind, I'd like to examine him myself.
I don't mind if he doesn't.
Now, let me see. Head untouched. No marks on neck, chest. Say, this gelatin substance on the chest, covering a little red mark. Have you noticed this before?
No. I never pay much attention to those things in a routine case of death.
In the future, old man, you should. Then you'd learn, just as I have, that this man's death was not routine. It was murder.
While they're setting the stage for Act Two, I have some important information for you. Now, you've often heard me say that the blue coal way is the easy way to heat your home. But you may want proof. Well, here it is. First, blue coal burns better, lasts longer, gives you more comfortable, more economical heat with less attention. Second, with each order of blue coal, you get free heating service that will save you time and trouble and, above all, cut down the cost of heating your home. This extra service is a part of the friendly cooperation you enjoy when you order blue coal. Third, the blue coal heat regulator automatically controls the temperature of your home, saves you thousands of steps, and conserves fuel as well. Your friendly blue coal dealer can tell you all about this blue coal plan for better home heating. He'll show you that the blue coal way is really the easy way and economical way to heat your home. So phone him tomorrow. Your neighborhood blue coal dealer's name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal. And now, Act Two of The Mark of the Black Widow.
Who are we visiting now, Lamont? The morgue?
No. Mr. Taylor and Dr. Grant.
Live people.
They may not be before we get them.
What do you mean, Lamont?
I just examined Willoughby's body in that undertaking parlor.
And?
Mr. Willoughby was murdered, Margot.
Lamont, how?
I don't know yet.
Then Hollister did carry out his threat.
How'd you go, Margot? It's too early to accuse anyone right now.
Well, have you notified the police, Lamont?
No, I didn't think it advisable yet.
What makes you believe that Mr. Willoughby was murdered?
A red mark that I discovered on his chest. A red mark that was covered with a gelatin-like substance.
Lamont, come in. I left the door open. Oh, Miss Lane, I didn't realize that you'd come along. You must pardon my appearance,
Oh,
please.
it's all right, Doctor. I've seen men in their shirt sleeves before.
Come into the study. Taylor's here. I called him.
Come along, Margot.
All right.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Cranston. Oh, you too, Miss Lane.
Good evening, Mr. Taylor.
I apologize once more for my appearance, Miss Lane. It was so warm.
Don't think nothing of it, Doctor.
I have a dressing gown around here someplace.
Knowing the doctor as I do, Miss Lane, he won't feel easy until he's properly attired. Here's your dressing gown, Doctor.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Taylor. There we are now. What is all this about, Lamont?
Well, Dr. Grant, first of all, I've just learned that your associate, Mr. Willoughby, was murdered.
Murdered?
Hollister. Hollister's making good his threat.
It's too early to accuse anyone yet, Mr. Taylor. Our main concern now is to save both of you from meeting Willoughby's fate.
Well, is there really any danger?
Yes, I'm sure there is.
But, Lamont, how do you...
Dr. Grant.
Quick, catch him. He's falling.
Here, Dr. Grant. Margot, get that chair over here. Dr. Grant. He's dead.
Oh, no. No.
Oh, this is too much. I'm the last one left. I'm going for the police.
Come back here, Taylor.
No. No, I'm going to protect myself.
Oh, that was a silly thing for... Margot, come here.
Yes?
Look here. Do you see this red mark on the doctor's chest?
Yes.
The same gelatin substance, the same I found on Willoughby. But this time I recognize the mark.
What is it?
It's the bite of a poisonous insect. And unless I miss my guess, that insect is a spider, the ancient Egyptian symbol of death.
What on earth are you doing crawling around the room on your hands and knees?
I'm looking for a very important piece of evidence.
Well, you're also looking very silly.
Well, if Taylor really went for the police, I want to find this evidence before the good defenders of the law overrun the house.
But if you're trying
Margot,
to...
please stand right where you are.
Why?
Don't move. My evidence is on your shoe top.
Oh, what is it?
If I'm not mistaken, it's a deadly, poisonous black widow spider.
Oh, Lamont.
Steady now. There. I've knocked him off your shoe top. Get me that ashtray, quick.
Here you are.
I want to catch it alive.
Oh, you got him. He's under that ashtray. Oh, he's huge, isn't he?
One of the biggest of the species. Margot, will you answer the phone, please?
Yes, surely. Hello?
Hello. Is Mr. Cranston there?
Yes? Who is this, please?
This is Mr. Taylor's valet. Would you ask Mr. Cranston if he could come to Mr. Taylor's home at once?
Yes. What's the trouble?
Mr. Taylor has just been shot.
Right this way, sir.
Have you called a doctor?
The doctor just left, sir.
The wound serious?
The doctor didn't tell me, sir. In this room here, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Is that you, Cranston?
Yes, Mr. Taylor. How are you feeling?
Oh, fair. Just fair. The bullet grazed my shoulder.
Oh, tell me, what happened?
Well, I really don't know.
I thought that you left us to go to the police.
Yes, that was my intention, but when I left Dr. Grant's house, I saw someone lurking in a doorway across the street, and I became panicky and came right here to my study, intending to call the police from here.
I see. And then what happened?
Well, when I picked up the phone, something or someone was moving behind that curtain. I replaced the phone, and then the shot was fired. That's all I remember.
I see. You didn't actually see your assailant?
No, but it was Hollister. I know it was. Who else would make an attempt on my life?
And may I see the wound, please?
Well, the doctor said I shouldn't be disturbed.
Oh, is this the coat you were wearing?
Yes. You can see yourself where the bullet penetrated.
The gun must have been fired at very close range, Mr. Taylor. The powder burns indicate that the gun was within a foot of your shoulder when it was fired.
Yes, it was close.
But I thought that you said that you were fired on from those curtains. They're all of 15 feet from the phone.
Well, see here, Cranston. Are you doubting my story?
No, not at all, Mr. Taylor. I'm just trying to get the facts straight.
Well, perhaps you'd better come back tomorrow morning. I can think more clearly then.
Yes, that'll give you more time.
What do you mean?
Oh, nothing, Mr. Taylor. Not a thing. Good night. Margot, I called to tell you that I'm sending that box containing the Black Widow spider over to you in the morning. I want you to take it to Mr. Taylor's house. You're to seek advice from him as to whether or not it's really poisonous, and pay particular attention to his reactions. In the meantime, the Shadow has a call to make.
You say that you found this spider in Dr. Grant's study, Miss Lane?
Yes, that's right.
Well, why have you brought it to me?
Well, Mr. Cranston thought that you were an authority on such things and could tell us if the insect is really poisonous.
Oh, this was Mr. Cranston's idea,
Yes.
Well, my laboratory is downstairs. Would you care to come down while I make the examination?
Why, yes, thank you.
This way, please. Would you mind opening that door, Miss Lane? My shoulder, you know.
Oh, yes. How is your shoulder? Is the wound healing?
Oh, yes, very nicely. You first, Miss Lane.
All right. Is there a light?
Yes, right on the wall.
Oh. There we are. I realize that you must have many more important things to do, Mr. Taylor, than dissect a spider, but Mr. Cranston...
You needn't keep
thought
up
that-
this pretense any longer, Miss Lane. I know perfectly well why you're here, why Cranston sent you.
Mr. Taylor,
He knows that's a poisonous spider, and I believe that he has a pretty good idea what it was doing in Dr. Grant's study, doesn't he?
I don't know what you're talking about.
But he did make one mistake. He sent you here alone.
Wait a minute. I'm getting out of here.
How?
What do you mean?
That door that we entered has been locked and bolted. That's the only exit from this room. Oh, and incidentally, I might mention that the walls are soundproof, quite immune to screams.
Well, I don't understand why you're doing this to me.
It's all very simple. You've come to me with a curiosity about poisonous black widow spiders. Because of that interest, I am going to exhibit many of them for you by turning them loose in this room.
What was that?
I forgot. We have company. Very distinguished company. A gentleman that you have heard a great deal about.
Who do you mean?
Hollister. The missing Dr. Hollister.
You have him imprisoned here? Then it wasn't Dr. Hollister who committed the murders. It was you, Mr. Taylor.
This is Dr. Hollister.
Oh. In a cage. You have him in a cage like some wild beast.
That's an excellent simile, considering his appearance at this point.
Oh, look at him. His glazed eyes and sunken cheeks.
Yes. That's what comes of not eating for a week.
Why, you inhuman fiend. That man is on the verge of starvation, even death. You must release him at once.
That's what I intend to do. He shall keep you company down here while you both entertain my collection of black widow spiders. You'll be released soon. Oh, so very soon.
What are you doing?
These boxes contain the spiders. I'm going to release the catch. Then I shall leave you both here in their company. They're hungry, too. No. Even more hungry than Dr. Hollister. All right, Miss Lane. Now, shall we get about it? What was that?
I wouldn't release those spiders if I were you, Mr. Taylor.
Who speaks? Where are you?
I am right here in this room with you, Mr. Taylor.
Well, I see no one.
Perhaps when I tell you my name, you'll know why.
Who are you?
Men call me the Shadow.
The Shadow? No.
Oh, you've heard of me. Then you know why I'm here, Mr. Taylor.
No. No, you shan't spoil my revenge. I've waited too long.
Exactly. Too long and too late, Mr. Taylor.
We'll see about that.
Don't open that box.
You can't stop me.
Yes, I can by taking it away from you.
Oh, wait. What happened? Give me back that box.
So you can add to your list of victims? Sorry, Mr. Taylor.
What do you mean?
You've already killed Willoughby and Dr. Grant.
Oh, so you know that, do you? Well, what of it? What if I did kill them?
Why? Why did you do it?
Because I wanted to avenge the wrong that was done me by Hollister. He cheated me out of a fortune. A fortune! He wouldn't keep quiet about those jewels we found. No, he had to be righteous. And because of that righteousness, I've been a poor, struggling scientist all my life. That's why I killed Willoughby and Grant, so that their murders would be blamed on him.
So, you admit the killings?
Certainly, why not? None of us are leaving here anyway.
Keep away from this box of spiders.
You think your power of invisibility can conquer me, don't you, Shadow? Well, I know a way to put us on even terms. By putting out these lights.
No, stop it! Stop it!
Too late! You're too late!
Taylor!
I have also have the spiders. When I open the box, they'll destroy you both.
Taylor, don't release those spiders, you fool.
A nice touch. Death in the dark.
They'll get you, too.
No, they won't. I shall wait in here with Dr. Hollister.
Margot, climb to the head of the stairs. You'll be safer there. I'll find that light switch.
They'll find her. No matter where she goes, they'll find her.
No, they won't, Taylor.
Hollister.
You didn't pick a safe place after all.
Hollister, let go of me. Hollister!
I found the lights. Look, the box didn't open, Margot. The spiders are still locked up. You can release Taylor now, Dr. Hollister.
I don't think that will be necessary.
Why not?
Taylor is dead.
You see, Margot, when I explained the whole case to Commissioner Weston, he agreed that Taylor's death should be listed as accidental.
And how is Dr. Hollister?
Oh, he'll be all right in a week or so.
Lamont, how did Taylor ever get the spider to bite Willoughby and Dr. Grant?
It was a rather ingenious device. Do you recall the gelatin-like substance that I found on the bodies of both men?
Yes.
The spider was encased in a specially prepared capsule, which in both cases Taylor slipped into the clothing of the murdered men. This capsule melted when exposed to heat, the heat of a human body.
Our boy was very clever.
I first suspected Taylor when he chose to be shot rather than be bitten, particularly when the shot was quite obviously self-inflicted.
My boy's pretty clever, too. You know, Lamont, that for the past 3 nights I've dreamt that spiders were crawling all over me.
Well, that's understandable.
This experience has had one regrettable effect on my life, though.
And what's that?
I shall never again enjoy reading about little Miss Muffet.
And now, here's our philosophical friend, John Barclay, America's home heating expert. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. The other day, a friend of mine said that a woman's place is in the home. Well, that may or may not be true. But I can tell you this. Any woman will enjoy her home a great deal more if she can be sure that it'll be warm and comfortably heated without a lot of fuss and bother on her part. Now, here's my recommendation to all you women folk who've been having trouble with cold rooms and drafts on the floors or radiators that won't heat. Just give your friendly blue coal dealer a call. He'll send a John Barclay trained serviceman who can answer any home heating question you ask him. That serviceman will show you the easy way and the economical way to heat your home. And remember, John Barclay service is a part of your blue coal dealer's regular everyday service to his customers. So phone your blue coal dealer tomorrow. I thank you.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, the Blue Coal Dealers of America.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Rita. I'm glad you called, Angel, but we'll have to make it another time. A man has disappeared with some of his company's money. His employers can't wait to find out what's become of him. In fact, it looks like the suspense may kill them.
Once again, the National Broadcasting Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. And now NBC is happy to bring you his adventures on the air. Yes, it's Michael Waring, that freelance detective who's always ready with a hand for oppressed men and an eye for repressed women. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the amorous bookkeeper. It's late Sunday night in New York, and Lucille Landis is worried. Lucille is the tall, willowy brunette who is gliding down the hall of the third floor in the Tremont building. She stops at the door of the Style Center Dress Company, pauses briefly with her hand on the knob, then shrugs daintily and opens the door. Her partner, large, paunchy Barney Murdoch, looks up from the books on the desk in front of him as she enters.
Ah, at last. Come in, come in.
All right, Barney. Now, what is it? You were so excited on the phone.
Come here. Sit down.
Well?
I've been suspicious for some time. Didn't say anything because I didn't want to alarm you if I was wrong. Unfortunately, I am not.
Well, for heaven's sake, will you tell me what it's all about? Must be pretty important to get you to the office on Sunday and then have you send for me.
Yes, it's pretty important. I've had an accountant down here all day. What do you think?
Something wrong with the books?
Hard to believe. Finch has been with us for, almost from the beginning, and he's such a mild little guy.
What's wrong? Has he made a mistake?
Mistake? Yeah, quite a mistake to think he could get away with it. He's been taking us, Lucille, for the last 6 months.
Are you sure? Oh, I can't believe it.
It's all here, black and white.
How much?
Nearly $30,000.
Oh, no, that's impossible.
$30,000 in 6 months. I thought our profit was off for the volume we were doing, but I couldn't find anything. So I've had an expert go over it. He's found where Finch has been juggling.
Well, what do we do?
What can we do? Have the police here when Finch comes to work tomorrow. I hope he hasn't spent it all.
Yes, I suppose so. Oh, poor little feller. But if he's a thief...
For $30,000, we can waive sympathy. Well, now, come on, let me show you. That's why I asked you down. I want you to see what the accountant pointed out so you'll understand.
Well, you know I can't make heads or tails out of figures. I leave all that part of the business to you. If you say Finch has been robbing us, well, that's it.
You ought to take more of an interest.
Well, I do in designing and production. But believe me, Barney, when it comes to bookkeeping, I don't know a debit from a ledger.
All right, Lucille, if that's the way you want it.
That's the way. Now, let's call the police, shall we? Here I am, Finchy.
Oh, Lucille, I've been looking for you. I didn't see you in this back booth.
Oh, that's why I picked it. I don't want us to be seen. Sit down.
You don't have to worry. Cora doesn't know about us.
It's not your wife we have to worry about anymore, Finchy.
What do you mean?
The jig's up. Barney had an accountant work on the books today.
Oh, dear.
To put it mildly.
What'll we do?
Well, you've got to get out of town.
Oh, I knew it would come to this sooner or later. I knew it.
Good. Nothing like being prepared.
We'll go to California.
We? Oh, are you taking Cora?
No, you.
Oh, Finchy, don't be silly.
What? But I don't want to leave you.
You don't have much choice.
You'll join me later?
Now, think about it.
You won't join me. You want to get rid of me?
Now, Finchy.
Well, you're acting so cold.
I'm worried, that's all.
I should think you'd want to go with me, if you really love me.
Let's not go into that now.
Sometimes I think... Well, I just wonder if you've just been using me to juggle the books for you now that I'm no more use to you.
I'm tipping you off, aren't I, so you can get away?
Yes, but... Well, maybe you don't want me talking.
Well, I don't, but...
I've got to know the truth. I've got to.
You let go of my wrist.
Do you love me? Answer me, Lucille. Do you love me?
Finchy.
Do you?
Well, you asked for it.
I know it. I know it all the time.
Look in the mirror sometime, Finchy. Did you think for 1 minute that
Stop. Don't say it. I didn't think even for 1 minute. Not really. I pretended, that's all. The whole thing was just like a dream. Just a daydream. Now it's turned into a nightmare.
Oh, I'm sorry. Honestly.
You better be, for yourself. You're in this with me, Lucille. And I may decide not to go to California. I may stay, see? And I may talk.
Oh, Finchy, don't be silly. You juggled the books, you took the money. And there's nothing to prove you gave any of it to me or that I knew anything about it.
But you wanted me to get out of town.
Well, partly for your sake and partly because I don't like unpleasantness. I can deny anything you say, but I'd rather not be bothered.
A little unpleasantness, that's all you're afraid of. Well, just don't underestimate me, Lucille. I'm warning you now. Don't underestimate me.
Thanks for the tip.
Barney Murdoch underestimated me. It cost him $30,000. Cora underestimated me. She wouldn't believe I could ever have a woman like you. Well, I did. Maybe someday people will find out that Elliot Finch is... Oh, what am I talking about? Lucille, don't leave me, please. I'm scared.
Good night, Finchy.
Lucille! She hates me. No, she doesn't even hate me. What am I going to do? What am I going to do?
Yes?
Michael Waring?
That's right.
My name's Barney Murdoch, Style Center Dress Company. Want to hire you.
Oh, I never was much good on hemstitching.
All right, you've had your joke. Now, may I come in?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. They call you the Falcon or some such falderall, don't they?
Oh, I've been called every kind of falderall in the book.
Well, I'm not much for fancy names, but I understand you're sharp. Can deliver the goods. That's what I want.
Oh, just what goods do you have in mind?
I want you to find a man for me.
What man?
Name's Elliot Finch, bookkeeper. Worked for us until today. Didn't show up for work this morning, and his wife doesn't know where he is.
Well, how much did he get away with?
How'd you know about that?
Well, when the bookkeeper disappears and his boss rushes frantically to a detective...
Good. You're on the ball. 30,000, Waring. 30,000 nice, round simoleons.
Well, to coin a couple of cliches, Finch certainly believed in making hay. And, brother, that ain't hay. What's in it for me?
Your fee is...
$50 a day in expenses.
I'll give you $500. If the job's done in less than 10 days, keep the change.
Oh, fair enough. Tell me something, Murdoch. When did you discover Finch's defalcation?
Yesterday.
And today Finch disappears.
Yeah, I've been wondering about that. Don't see how he knew we'd found out about him.
Well, who did know, besides yourself?
Just the accountant I had work on the books. And my partner, Lucy Landis. But surely neither of them...
You trust them implicitly?
Of course.
As much as you trusted Finch until this happened?
What are you trying to suggest?
Oh, just thinking out loud. And in my business, you don't get very far if your thoughts are all sweetness and light.
Very good, Waring. Suspicious of everyone. Probably just as well. Although I don't think... then I'll leave the speculation to you.
All right, Murdoch. And as soon as I have something concrete, I'll let you know.
What is it?
Are you Mrs. Finch?
Yes.
My name's Michael Waring. I'm looking for your husband.
He isn't here.
I know that.
How do you know? What do you want with him? Are you from Style Center?
In a way.
Get out of here. Go on back to Mr. Murdoch. Tell him all he's lost is $30,000. I've lost a husband.
Well, perhaps I can help.
Help? Elliot's gone. Run away. And he's not too well, Mr... What did you say your name was?
Waring.
I'm telling you this. Jail would kill him. He's never been strong. But he was a good husband and a good employee. For 25 years, and then... Well, we all make mistakes. Temptation.
Yes, I know how you feel, Mrs. Finch, but...
Oh, no, you don't. You wouldn't be here. Trying to find him so you can take him to jail, so you can kill him.
All right, Mrs. Finch. What was that?
What?
A door closed in the back of the apartment.
I didn't hear anything. Maybe the wind.
Maybe your husband.
No, he isn't here.
How do you know? Maybe he just came in the back.
He didn't. He wouldn't.
Come on, let's go see.
No, Elliot. Elliot, if you're here, get out. There's somebody here looking for you.
It's all right, Cora.
Elliot, he wants to take you to jail.
He's not going to take me to jail.
But where did you get that gun?
I found it.
Now, look, Finch.
Please, I don't want to listen to any lectures. I took the money, I admit it. I can't pay it back either. But I'm not going to jail. I'm sorry about this, Cora, but you know the whole story. You know there's nothing I can do. So this is all that's left. Goodbye, Cora.
Finch, wait.
During the months to come, General Mills has planned to bring radio listeners an excitingly new half-hour show each weekday evening. Not just one, not two, but 6 thrilling half-hour shows. 2 of these shows have already joined the Wheaties Big Parade. On Mondays, Night Beat brings you tales of newspaper columnist Randy Stone, who hacks stories out of the shadows to make good reading in the morning papers. Join us here tomorrow for Night Beat. And then on Wednesday, you can follow the fast-moving adventures of Brian Dunleavy on A Dangerous Assignment. More to come in the Wheaties Big Parade of NBC shows will be a frolicking series starring Penny Singleton and a comedy detective series with a feminine punch starring Sarah Berner. Dimension X, NBC's exciting science fiction series, will also join the big parade, along with true stories of North America's oldest law enforcement body, the Texas Rangers. You'll hear all of them in the Wheaties Big Parade of NBC shows. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. Half an hour has passed since Elliot Finch tried to shoot his way out of his troubles by putting a bullet in himself. Finch has been rushed to a hospital, and now Mike is talking to Cora Finch, who is just recovering from the shock.
Is there anyone you'd like me to get to stay with you?
Only Elliot. That's impossible.
Well, if you'd help me, perhaps we
What
could...
could I do?
You say Mr. Finch was a model husband.
He was.
Well, men don't just change overnight unless something happens. Now, what happened to make him suddenly take money from the firm?
I told you. Temptation finally got the better of him.
What temptation?
Money.
Well, it took its time. He'd been with the company for years.
It grows with time.
Mm-hmm. And that's all? He didn't have any sudden need for money?
No.
What did he do with the money?
Oh, please, after what I've been through, do I have to go through this third degree?
I'm just trying to help.
Like you helped Elliot? Hounded him, killed him.
Now, look, Mrs. Finch, in the first place, I had nothing to do with your husband shooting himself. In the second place, he's not dead, and in the third place...
He's not dead.
Well, didn't you know?
But they carried him out. I
The
thought...
doctor told you.
Oh, I was so dazed. You're telling me the truth?
Yes, of course.
No, you're just trying to fool me.
All right, call the hospital.
He's really alive. Elliot's really alive.
Here's the phone. Now, hold it. Stop it.
I'm sorry.
Now, that's better. Now, do you want to call?
Yes. Give me the phone.
Yes?
Mr. Waring is here, Mr. Murdoch.
All right, send him in. Already. Oh, Waring, come in. Come in. Any news?
Yeah, I found Finch.
What? Good boy. That was fast.
Well, I love to take bows, Murdoch, but I'm afraid I don't rate one on this. He walked in on me, that's all.
Walked in on you? Where?
At his home.
I thought he'd skipped.
No, he had no place to go.
Well, where is he?
In the hospital. He tried to kill himself.
Tried to, you say?
Mm-hmm. They're working on him now. He's still unconscious, but the doctors give him a good chance.
He tried it while you were still at his place?
That's right.
Why'd you let him do it?
He had a gun. What could I do?
Guns don't usually stop the Falcon, do they?
Well, sometimes. Don't want to get in a rut.
Did he say anything about the money?
To his wife. It's gone.
All of it?
So she said.
Where? Gambling?
So she didn't say.
Another woman, maybe.
Maybe. Where's your partner?
Lucille? She hasn't come in yet today.
Interesting coincidence, wouldn't you say?
What?
Day after Finch's dirty work is discovered, he doesn't come to work, and neither does Lucille.
Oh, she often doesn't come in till afternoon.
It's afternoon?
You're hinting at something, Waring. You hinted at it before.
I'm just trying not to overlook any possibilities.
Well, but... Yes?
There's a Sergeant Corbett of the police here. He wants to talk to you.
Oh, just a minute. Must be something about the robbery, Waring. I'll see him in a minute.
No, it's
first,
not just the robbery, Murdoch. Corbett is with the homicide squad.
Homicide?
Mm-hmm.
But who... What homicide?
Ask Corbett.
Yeah. Send the sergeant in.
Yes, Mr. Murdoch.
You said Finch tried to kill himself, Waring. Well, that's suicide, not murder. Besides, it didn't work.
That's right. Hello, Corbett.
Waring. Well, now my day's complete.
Mm-hmm. And what can we do for you?
You can sit tight and keep your mouth shut. I want to talk to Mr. Murdoch.
Well, what's it about, Sergeant?
Your partner, Lucille Landis.
Lucille?
She's been murdered.
What?
What do you know about it, Murdoch?
I guess that's about all I can tell you, Sergeant.
All right, Murdoch, stick around. We may want to talk to you again.
Sure thing. Good day, Sergeant.
So long. Goodbye, Waring.
Bye-bye, Corbett. I'll see you down at headquarters later. There are a few things I'd like to find out.
And you think we can help you? You flatter the department, Waring. I thought you're the guy who likes to tell us, not ask us.
Oh, you're all right for routine, Corbett, if it's simple.
He expects us to give him what we got after that.
You will, Corbett, in spite of yourself.
Your irresistible charm, no doubt.
Why, Corbett, you do care.
I've got work to do.
All right, Waring. Your friend, the sergeant's gone. You can stop being cute. I want results, and I want them fast.
What results?
Proof that Finch killed Lucille.
And if he didn't?
He did. Must have. She got him to jockey the books.
Did she?
Look, it's your idea. You've been hinting at it right along.
Yeah. Tell me something, Murdoch.
What?
Just when did you catch on to my hint?
Now, wait a minute, Waring. I don't like that kind of a question. You're supposed to be working for me.
Well, why so touchy, Murdoch? All I said...
I know what you said. Now listen to me. I hired you to find Finch. You did. Okay. Now I'm hiring you to prove he killed Lucille. For an additional $1,000. You want the job or don't you?
Well, why are you so anxious to pin this on Finch?
Because he killed Lucille.
But if she was double-crossing you...
Get out of here, Waring. I'll get somebody who can take orders.
No, not so fast, Murdoch. A job's a job, and money's money. You want me to nail Finch? Okay, I'll nail him. I just wondered why you're so anxious.
Because he's guilty.
Oh. All right, if you say so.
Well, if you don't think so...
No, I do.
All right, then.
After all, Murdoch, the customer's always right. What more proof do I need? Hello, Sergeant. Told you I'd be around.
Yeah, Waring.
Well, what have you got for me?
For you, nothing.
Now, look, Corbett, if you want me to solve this case for
You're
you...
a little late, Waring. We've taken care of that little detail already.
You've made an arrest?
We will. We know who we want. We know where to find him.
You got the wrong man.
Oh, we have.
Naturally.
How do you know who I'm talking about?
Don't need to. I know you, Corbett. Bound to be wrong.
I don't know why I put up with this guy.
You can't do without me. Now, would you like me to tell you who really killed the Landis girl?
Yeah, tell me.
Elliot Finch.
Oh, Finch.
That's right.
And just how do you know it was Finch?
Because I know which side my bread is buttered on.
That makes a lot of sense.
Does to me. I like butter.
All right. Now, would you like me to tell you who pulled the job?
Yeah, who did it?
Finch.
What?
Only I happen to be able to prove it.
I don't believe it.
They took the bullet out of Finch's shoulder. It came from the same gun that did the murder.
Oh, no, there must be some mistake.
There's no mistake, Waring.
But, Sergeant, if you and I agree with each other, one of us is bound to be wrong.
Next Sunday, along with the high-spirited Adventures of the Falcon, include two new dramatic Sunday mysteries. From the celebrated Office of Strategic Services, NBC presents fully authenticated stories of the OSS in action during World War II. Cloak and Dagger presents actual cases adapted from the famous book of the same name. Another of the startling new NBC presentations is The Big Guy. He's Joshua Sharp, who supports two wonderful children while working as a keen, quick-witted detective. To his two children, he's Joshua Sharp, the fabulous hero, giant among giants. He's the big guy. Next Sunday, along with the Adventures of the Falcon, make a date to hear fully authenticated stories on Cloak and Dagger and a new and different kind of detective, Joshua Sharp, the big guy. Hear them all next Sunday over most of these same NBC stations. Now back to the Adventures of the Falcon. It's 20 minutes since Mike Waring and Sergeant Corbett startled each other by seeing eye to eye on a case. Now they're at the hospital to see Elliot Finch. They find Mrs. Finch in the waiting room.
Hello, Mrs. Finch. How's your husband?
He's regained consciousness, but I haven't been able to talk to him yet. They're giving him a transfusion, and then they say I can go in again.
Not until I do.
What? Who are you?
Oh, excuse me. Mrs. Finch, this is Sergeant Corbett of the police.
I might have known. Can't they give him any rest even now?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Finch.
I'll bet you are. I can see it written all over you.
Why do they always have to have families? You stay here with her, Waring. I'm going inside.
But, Sergeant,
you better do as he says, Mrs. Finch.
I don't know why you all have to pick on Elliot anyway. He doesn't have the money. He only took it because that woman made him. She's the one who has it.
Lucille Landis?
Yes. If you want the money, ask her.
Oh, we'd like to, but there's one catch.
Well, what's that?
She's dead.
How did that happen?
Somebody killed her. But what I'd like to know, Mrs. Finch, since you know about your husband and Miss Landis, how come you didn't tell me about her before?
Because I didn't want to. I don't have to account to you.
No, but you did account to me. Everything except that you knew about Miss Landis.
Why do you make so much of that?
Because you must have had some reason for holding back.
I'm not holding back. I've just told you about her.
Yeah, I know. That's what puzzles me.
It must be awful.
What?
Your kind of work. Makes you suspicious of everybody and everything.
Uh-huh. Still, it's better than being afraid of everybody and everything.
What do you mean by that?
I'll tell you later. Here comes the sergeant again. Well, Corbett?
Mrs. Finch can go in now if she wants.
What did he say to you, Corbett?
He has a story.
Yeah?
He admits he was at Lucille Landis's, but he says he got there after the murder. He found the gun then and took it with him. That's how he got it.
Gun, Miss Landis's. You weren't here about the money. This was about the murder.
Easy, Mrs. Finch.
You can't think Elliot did it. He'd never hurt anyone. He didn't do it. Why can't you leave him alone?
When a man has a murder gun, you don't just leave him alone.
But he told you.
Yeah.
You buy his alibi, Corbett?
For now, he's not going anywhere.
That's right. But suppose I could rip his alibi right down the middle.
What? How?
Well, suppose I could prove he took the gun with him to Miss Landis's, that he went there to kill her.
Go ahead.
He can't. It's a lie.
Mrs. Finch told me her husband admitted taking the money, but she tried to conceal his connection with Miss Landis. Now, why?
I told you.
Was it because she knew what was going to happen, and she wanted to protect Finch?
No.
Couldn't she have seen him take the gun? That would frighten her into trying to hide his affair with Miss Landis.
No, you must believe me. I wouldn't shield Elliot. Not if he were a murderer.
Well, you tried to protect him when you knew he was a thief.
I didn't.
You didn't want him jailed for it. You seemed to think it was all right for him to take the money. You said he was just yielding to temptation. Your only criticism was of the police and me for wanting to catch him.
Well, what could I do? He's my husband. I love him. Naturally, I don't want to see him go to jail.
Nice code of ethics. Anything he does is okay, as long as he's your husband. Embezzlement, murder.
You don't understand.
No, the trouble is I do. Corbett, I think you have a case. You can make an arrest.
No. Elliot didn't kill that woman, I tell you. He didn't.
Now, we'll see.
But he's sick. This might kill him. Let him alone till he's stronger. Then you'll see. He'll be able to prove
You mean there'll be time to think up another alibi? It's no use, Mrs. Finch.
Why do you have to be so hard, so unfeeling?
I know. It's another side of that rotten work I'm in. Well, Corbett?
Okay.
No, please. If nothing else will stop you, I'll confess. I killed her. I did it.
She's sure determined to protect that guy.
Yeah, only she happens to be telling the truth.
Huh? But you said...
I didn't say anything. I simply asked some hypothetical questions. But now I am saying Mrs. Finch killed Miss Landis, Corbett.
You said before I could arrest Finch for the murder.
No. I said you could make an arrest. You can. So what are you waiting for?
Yes?
Mr. Waring is on line 1, Mr. Murdoch.
Right. Hello, Waring. What news?
Well, I've wrapped it up.
You did? Finch?
Yep, I hung it on him.
There's been an arrest?
Yep.
Right. Come on over and tell me about it. I'll give you your check.
Well, there's not much to tell. You wanted me to prove Finch killed Miss Landis, so I did.
Good.
Yeah, forced the real murderer into confessing.
What?
Yes, Mrs. Finch didn't like her husband being ruined by another woman, so she eliminated the other woman.
Mrs. Finch?
And that's right, Murdoch. She's the one who killed your partner. But I didn't think you'd mind it turning out like this. All you really wanted was for me to prove you didn't do it, right?
Yeah, Waring, but I was so sure
Yes,
that...
I know. You ought to be careful about that, Murdoch. You know, there's a theory we're supposed to operate on that a man is innocent until he's proved guilty. Not a bad idea. I'll see you around.
Don't look so smug, Waring. You were lucky, that's all.
Was I, Corbett?
You thought Finch was our boy. It just happened Mrs. Finch broke down.
Mm-hmm. And I had nothing to do with it?
Not intentionally.
I suppose I'd tell you I suspected her almost from the first minute I met her.
More hypothetical questions?
No. On the level.
Okay, you suspected her. You suspect everyone.
Yeah, that's what she said. But I picked her as the best bet.
Why?
Because one of the first questions she asked me was, are you from Style Center?
What does that prove?
Nothing. But she followed it up with, "Get out of here, go on back to Mr. Murdoch." The style center isn't just Mr. Murdoch. It is, or was, Murdoch and Lucille Landis. But Cora Finch had already crossed off Landis. And I couldn't help wondering why.
I see.
Then what clinched it was her holding back on me about Finch's tie-up with the Landis woman. Although she knew about it all the time.
Could have been she was protecting her husband like you suggested at the hospital.
Yeah. Except that when she heard her husband was better, that he would live and could talk, suddenly she told me about him and Lucille Landis.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so she couldn't have been trying to protect him, or she would have continued to keep quiet.
So you figured she wasn't covering for him, but for herself?
Sure. She didn't want us to know that she was wise to her husband and the Landis woman, because then we wouldn't know she had a motive to kill her.
Uh-huh. But when she found out her husband was going to live and might admit he had told her the whole story, she decided to spill the works.
That's right. She thought it would look better coming from her than it would if we latched onto it ourselves.
But instead, it cooked her.
Well, she's not cooked yet, Corbett. Just about, with the confession and all, but I reserve final judgment until the jury comes in.
Why so cautious all of a sudden, Mike?
I just like to practice what I preach. And I've been preaching.
Isn't that a little out of character for you?
Could be.
Fact, seems to me this whole case is out of character for you.
How come?
Well, there are only two gals in it. One of them gets herself bumped off. You pin the job on the other one, and that leaves you holding hands with me.
Oh, no. You're overlooking one thing, Corbett.
What's that, Mike?
The receptionist in Murdoch's office. She's waiting, and I'll just have time to pick her up. So here's where you get off. Good night, Sergeant.
The Case of the Frozen Lettuce. The Case of the Frozen Lettuce. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that a person who tries to keep his mouth shut may wind up silent as the grave. So be sure to listen next week at this same time to another exciting adventure of the Falcon. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written tonight by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was conducted by Harry Sosnick. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Tonight, Theater Guild on the Air presents a thrilling courtroom drama starring lovely Paulette Goddard, the wonderful Pat O'Brien, and handsome Tom Drake. The story is the highly dramatic Trial of Mary Dugan. Hear all three top stars in The Trial of Mary Dugan, later on Theater Guild on the Air. This program came from New York. Peter Roberts speaking.
Stay tuned for Phil Harris, then Sam Spade on NBC.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Until now, this story has been top secret. Top Secret, the new NBC presentation starring gorgeous Ilona Massey as the Baroness Karen Gazer in transcribed dramas of international intrigue and espionage before and during World War II. Assignment 1, Night Train to Berlin. A story until now, top secret.
Baronets, we have crossed the Swiss frontier. We are in Germany now.
Herr Garben, I will not talk.
When we get off the train, you will be given to the Gestapo. They will break you.
They won't.
They will. Your fingernails, your knuckles, your beautiful white teeth, that golden hair. I promise you your hair will be gray as ashes before the treatment is over.
I will not talk. I will never talk. How do I come to be locked in a compartment with a Gestapo man on the night express from Geneva to Berlin? It is very simple. A long time ago, a man, a very wonderful, brave man, offered me a job, and I took it. Baroness, he said, remember this.
In espionage, you receive no credit in success, no protection in danger, no recognition, even in death. If you have to steal, steal. But if you are caught, you will go to jail as a thief. If you have to kill, kill. But if you are caught, you will hang. And always remember, Baroness, your first mistake will be your last.
I accepted the conditions. I became an intelligence agent, a spy. I forgot I was a baroness. I forgot my home in Vienna. I forgot everything except the fight against these animals. I got a job as a manicurist in the Hotel Adlon in Berlin. It is surprising how much one can pick up in a beauty parlor, and I do not mean tips. Your other hand now, Frau von Klug.
Oh, careful, Fräulein. Do not scratch my ring with your file. My husband sent it to me from Africa.
Oh. And that night, I would send a message. Colonel General Hans von Klug is in Africa.
For days I hear nothing. Then all he says in his letter is how cold it is.
Your husband is fighting a war, Frau Richter. He's busy.
Send me my fur-lined field coat, he says. So I wrote, send me a Russian saber.
And that night, my message would say, 3rd Panzer Division is on the Eastern Front in Russia. North sector, where it is cold. Day after day, I manicured the hands of these fat German women. I was waiting for a message from a man called simply the farmer. His trademark was a plain white visiting card with a single grain of wheat glued in the center. I had been told that I would be contacted in a way that no German would ever speak. In a way that no German would ever speak. Last Friday, after the manicure shop closed, I went to sit in the Tiergarten to enjoy the sunshine and the fresh air. As I sat in the lovely park watching the children and the birds, I took out a cigarette.
Good afternoon, Fraulein. Perhaps you'd like a match.
I'm quite capable of lighting my own cigarette.
You look capable of practically anything.
I beg your pardon?
Even of calling a flatfoot and turning me in.
Calling a what?
A flatfoot, you know, like Dick Tracy.
Do you know Dick Tracy?
Mm-hmm. And Little Abner and Daisy May.
It's nice to meet someone who knows them.
I have a calling card right from Dogpatch, sort of farmerish.
May I see it?
Perhaps you could describe it first?
Plain white.
Yeah?
With a grain of wheat.
Glued in the center.
Across the street from the entrance to the park, there is a small tea room. Do you know it?
Yes.
Table in the corner behind the pillars. Can you be there in 15 minutes?
That's all I know, Fraulein. What I've told you. The farmer said you'd know what to do.
Were those his exact words?
I memorized them.
Repeat the message again.
He said, G left Lisbon by air yesterday, arrived at Hotel Metropole in Geneva tonight.
I see.
Has compartment 10 on car 806, Geneva-Berlin Express, leaving Geneva, midnight Saturday. Stop him. And that's all.
I see.
Is there anything you want me to do?
Yes. There's a flight on Swissair leaving Tempelhof in 2 hours. Get me a reservation. And can you get me some Swiss money?
Yes, Fraulein.
As much as you can. Then telephone Geneva and make a reservation for me at the Hotel Metropole in the name of Karen Gabor.
Yes, Fraulein.
I think that is all.
Perhaps I'm not supposed to ask questions, but who was meant by G?
His name is Garben. I've never seen him. I only know that at this moment he's the most dangerous man in the world. He's smuggling something into Germany that,
Smuggling what, Fraulein?
Well, it is not necessary for you to know. Do not ask me any more questions. Get me as much money as you can and meet me at the airport in 2 hours. Later that night, I was flying over Switzerland. So peaceful, so rich. So convenient as a place where enemies can meet and dine and drink together. After I landed in Geneva, I took a taxi to a dark little shop in the Rue de Petit Cloche, the street of the Little Bell. All this had been planned for weeks. I knew exactly what we needed. I knew what would be ready. I knew that the shoemaker would be waiting.
Coming. Coming. Come in.
Are you alone?
Yes, come in. Were you followed?
No.
Are you positive?
Yes. Are my shoes ready?
Come with me, child, in the back. I have been expecting you for weeks.
I have been waiting for weeks.
So, our little German is in Geneva, eh?
He's catching the midnight express to Berlin tomorrow night.
But we are ready for him, are we not?
I do hope so.
Here are your shoes. Try them on. The instrument is in the heels.
Oh.
It is good. I am skilled in precision work. My years in the watch factory. Are they comfortable?
Yes, they're fine.
Now, bring the heels together.
Like this?
You feel something, no?
Yes. I feel a kind of tingling sensation.
Observe, child. I take off my watch. I place it on the floor. Stand with your heels on either side of the watch.
Like this?
Yes. Now listen. You hear?
It's amazing.
Now I take the watch away. Like this. The sound stops.
Oh, it's perfect.
In your right heel is a very high-frequency shortwave transmitter.
So small.
I have made them smaller than that to fit a wristwatch. In your other heel is a receiver hooked up to a circuit sensitive to radioactive substances. My watch has a radium dial. When you stand with the radium watch dial between your heels, the transmitter activates the receiver. You feel a small electrical impulse and hear the beep. You are a walking Geiger counter.
And you are a genius.
Eh.
And also my very dear friend.
Is there anything else?
Yes. I will go now to the Metropole Hotel. I have a reservation under the name of Karen Gabor.
Karen Gabor?
Yes. I want an operative. Your best. Young enough to be strong and old enough to be wise.
I have the very man. 30, an Englishman, and speaks perfect German, resourceful, fearless.
Have him get me a ticket on the Geneva-Berlin Express tomorrow night. Our friend will be in compartment 10, car 806. If possible, I want compartment 9 or compartment 11.
And if that is impossible?
Well, then at least in the same car.
Car 806.
That is right.
Anything else?
Have him bring the tickets to the Hotel Metropole and tell him to use the service entrance.
I have something else for you, child. Wait a moment. I made these myself.
Sugar lumps?
Yes, individually wrapped, just like in America. Sugar with enough cyanide to kill in 30 seconds. I will give you 6 cubes. They may be handy, who knows?
Who knows, indeed. Thank you, dear friend. And have your man bring my tickets to the hotel at once. Who is it? Come in.
Thank you.
Who sent you?
The shoemaker.
Can you identify yourself?
Here is my card, madame. Plain white, as you see, with a grain of wheat in the center.
Have you my ticket to Berlin?
Car 806, compartment 11. Geneva-Berlin Express tomorrow night at midnight.
Good. Sit down. There is much for you to do.
Thank you.
6 weeks ago, on our side of the ocean, 3 German agents stole a sample of a new atomic fuel made from uranium-235.
Yes, I know. The shoemaker told me.
They also obtained the only copy of a formula on how the fuel may be used and controlled. In some way, I do not know how. 2 ounces of this metal reached Lisbon.
But it must be incredibly difficult to transport. One can't just carry radioactive material in one's hand, can one?
It is being transported in a block of lead, 9 inches square. Yesterday, it reached Geneva. I was told by the farmer that it is in a suitcase, a plain leather suitcase.
Go on.
The suitcase is in the possession of a Gestapo agent named Garben. He's staying here at the hotel, and tomorrow night he leaves for Berlin.
Are you sure he has the metal?
Naturally, we can't be positive. We only know that if the metal and that formula reaches Germany.
Our armies never will.
Exactly.
What do you want me to do?
Be on the train tomorrow night.
Basel on the Swiss border is the only stop the Geneva-Berlin Express makes, isn't it?
All right.
It's dangerous for me to be that near Germany.
Are you afraid?
I was involved in the assassination attempt on the life of Field Marshal Goering. My picture is posted in every railway station in Germany.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I have a Geiger counter built into the heels of my shoes. I will get on the train early, go directly to Garvin's compartment, and when he arrives, I will pretend it is mine.
Uh-huh.
I will try to plant my heels next to his luggage. You will be on the station platform outside. If I get a reaction, I will signal you.
Well, how?
Let me think. What shall it be? Something you can see easily through the train window.
Will you be wearing a hat?
Yes.
If he hasn't the medal, take off your hat.
And if he has, I leave it on.
Right.
The hat is wide-brimmed gray felt. You see it easily.
So, no medal, take off your hat.
Mm-hmm.
And ride through to Berlin, having missed the boat completely.
Yes.
And then I won't get on the train.
Right.
Perhaps we should have another operative, someone to pose as a passenger and ride through to Berlin with you.
That's up to the shoemaker.
Anything else?
Just be standing outside the window of compartment 10, car 806, tomorrow night at 10 minutes to 12. I got a good look at Herr Garvin the next day in the lobby of the hotel. He was carrying a small square suitcase. He sat quite near me with the suitcase beside him on the floor. When he left, the heavy wool carpet had a mark on it, a square mark in the nap. It was a small suitcase to be so heavy, unless it contained a piece of lead 9 inches square. At the station that night, I got on the train early and went to Garvin's compartment in car 806. Through the window, I could see my Englishman standing in the shadow of a pillar, his eyes watching my hat. It drew closer and closer to midnight, and still Garvin did not arrive. I could hear the station master calling the departure.
Numéro 11, à maintenant pour Berlin. Passagers employés de monter. Numéro 11, à maintenant pour Berlin. Passagers employés de monter.
Oh, excuse me, Fräulein, but I think you have made a mistake. Compartment is mine.
Oh, but that is impossible. I know I'm number 10.
Perhaps I could see your ticket.
Oh, certainly. I have it in my purse. If I can ever find it. You know how much useless equipment a woman carries. It must be here somewhere.
There is no hurry, Fräulein.
Please sit down. I'll find it in a moment.
While you look, Fräulein, this compartment is stifling. May I open the window?
Please do.
I got warm running for the train. Excuse me. There. That's better.
I shall never find it if you stand and watch me. Please put your luggage on the floor beside mine and sit down.
Thank you, Fräulein. There.
I wonder if...
What's that?
What's what?
That noise.
I heard nothing.
I could have sworn I heard something like... Oh. I should not run for trains. The ringing comes in my ears. Oh, your hat. Watch out.
A sudden gust of wind swept in the open window. My hat had a wide brim. The wind caught it and blew it off my head. It rolled to Garvin's feet. This was supposed to have been our signal. If he hadn't the medal, I was to take off my hat. Outside on the station platform, I saw my English friend smile at me and then turn and walk quickly away. He thought I had signaled him that the medal was not there. In 2 seconds, our plan had been shattered. I was alone with Garvin and the uranium. The next stop was Basel and the German border.
Baroness, you are delightful. Completely enchanting.
Have you forgiven me for my stupid mistake about your compartment?
You have made the evening perfect. Of course I forgive you.
Oh, it is late. I must get some sleep.
Nonsense. It is not often I have such pleasure. A woman like you, beautiful, charming, witty, traveled. Please, stay.
Do you suppose we could get some coffee?
Of course. I'll ring.
Look. A friend of mine gave me a special treat today. Sugar, 6 whole lumps.
We shall have a feast. Oh, I haven't had sugar in coffee for weeks.
Will they have any cream?
We can hope for the best. Come in. You rang, sir? Yeah. It is coffee for 2. And, have you chicken?
No, sir. Canned beef?
Then beef, but thin sandwiches. With coffee for 2.
Yes, sir.
What are you smiling at?
The coffee, sir. It is very bad. Ersatz. We make it from anything. Grain, wheat. We buy our coffee from farmers.
From farmers?
Yes, Fräulein. Would you prefer tea?
No, I'll try the coffee.
I do. Hurry, please.
Yes, sir, at once.
Before we have our coffee, will you excuse me? I will freshen up. My hands are filthy from the dust.
I shall miss you, Baroness. But I shall also look forward to your return.
Oh, I'm only going next door to my compartment.
Even that is too far.
I won't be a moment. Waiter.
Yes?
In my compartment, quickly, number 11. Inside, quickly.
Yes, Fräulein.
Who are you?
The farmer sent me. How? Through the shoemaker.
Have your card?
White with a grain of wheat.
Do you know about this?
Yes. You want his suitcase?
Yes. Thank God you are here. I had a signal that went wrong. My head blew off.
Has he the metal?
Yes.
What are you going to do?
I have some of the shoemaker's sugar. I'll put it in his coffee.
Supposing he doesn't take sugar.
I asked him. He said he did.
I had better get out of here.
Bring us the coffee and come back in half an hour. We'll have to do something with his body. When do we get to customs?
Oh, less than that, about 20 minutes.
Then come back in 15. We'll have to get his body off the train before the customs man come aboard.
Oh, somebody is ringing for me. I have got to go.
All right.
Be careful.
Yes.
All right, all right.
Waiter.
Yes, sir.
Come in here, please.
Someone is ringing, sir.
Come in.
Oh.
Yes, I would shoot you. Come in.
Yes, sir.
That's it. Now, shut the door behind you. I am not a fool, young man. I know about the farmer. I know about the wheat. I have not been in the Gestapo 8 years for nothing. Question? Who is she?
I don't know.
Is she with you?
No, I swear it. I have never seen her before in my life.
I think you are lying. Pull down the bird.
What?
The bird. The upper bird. Pull it down.
I don't understand.
Pull it down.
Yes, sir. It sticks.
Hurry. Good. My friend, I have a silencer on my gun. The train is noisy. I have not much time. The Baroness will be back in a moment. If you tell me the truth, you can go. If you don't, I will shoot you, shove your body into the bird, and close it. Now you have 2 seconds to decide.
I swear, I have never seen her, never.
You're lying.
No, no.
What on earth is that waiter doing with our coffee?
He's probably busy. He won't be long. Oh, they are coming into Basel. But doubtless he's waiting until after the customs men get on.
Are we at Basel already?
It is the company, Baroness, that gives wings to time.
Well, we have to get out?
No, the customs men get on the train.
Not even a breath of air?
They only stop for a moment.
Some fresh air would do me...
You seem very anxious to get off the train, Baroness. Are you nervous about something?
Nervous? Why should I be?
Smuggling something, perhaps?
Do I look like a smuggler?
Appearances are deceptive. What were you doing in Switzerland?
Skiing.
For long?
A couple of weeks. I had a wonderful vacation.
It must be nice to have a vacation. For years, I have not had the time.
Reisepasse, bitte.
The customs men excuse me, Baroness.
Reisepasse, bitte. Dankeschön. Passport, please.
Certainly.
Ah, Herr Garben, this is an honor. I trust you have a pleasant journey.
Stamp it, will you?
Certainly.
Dankeschön.
Now, madame, your passport, if you please. No, it will not be necessary to look at the luggage if you are with Herr Garben. Just your passport.
Here it is.
Thank you. Yeah, it's quite in order. And next time, Baroness, stay longer. And fly into our beautiful Switzerland on one night and leave the next reflects on our hospitality. Bonsoir. Guten Abend, Herr Garben.
Guten Abend. Sit down, Baroness.
I think I should go to bed.
Sit down. You are on German soil now. I can have you locked in this compartment until we reach Berlin. Good. I am glad you're going to be reasonable. So cruelty we will not resort to. The arm I will not twist. Guns I shall not threaten with, but you will answer me quickly and truthfully.
I haven't the slightest idea of what you're talking.
You fly in last night, take the train out tonight. You say you were skiing for 2 weeks. Why do you lie?
I'm merely traveling to Berlin. I want the rest of the night to sleep.
When did you ski? Then your passport says...
Give me that passport. You have no right to...
Then your passport says... Ah, yes. Exit Tempelhof Airport last night, re-entry Basel tonight. When did you ski, Baroness? I'm sure only a very special assignment would call for such haste. Is that assignment myself?
I refuse to talk.
When we get off the train, you will be given to the Gestapo. They will break you.
They won't.
They will. Your fingernails, your knuckles, your beautiful white teeth, that golden hair. I promise you your hair will be gray as ashes before that treatment is over.
I will not talk. I will never talk.
Baroness, the next stop is Berlin. And you are alone. Your friend Zaveda is dead. His body is shut in my upper berth.
No.
That startles you, doesn't it? Is there a tremor in those beautiful eyes, Baroness? Is it terror? Is it? There is no need of terror, Baroness. Everything can be avoided if you answer a few questions. Their names. Who are you? How did you know what I was carrying? Who is the farmer? Their names. Who are you? How did you know what I was carrying? Who is the farmer? Their names. Who are you? Who is the farmer?
Over and over and over. All the way to Berlin. All night long. I had lost. There was no escape. The Gestapo would break me. They can break anybody. I remembered what I had been told.
If you have to kill, kill.
But what weapon? I had no weapon. I could not kill him with my bare hands. And then, in the early morning, when we were slowing down to stop at Central Station in Berlin, the train jerked sharply. The car lurched. The weight of the body in the upper berth caused it to swing suddenly downwards. For perhaps 5 seconds, Gordon was dazed, but it was long enough. I found my weapon. So harmless, so simple. Something only a woman would carry. I held it in front of his eyes.
Baroness, I please, in the name of...
Don't say his holy name, Herr Garben. Say rather in the name of my husband, whom you troops hung head downwards outside our house in Vienna until the blood burst in his brain.
No!
No! I was suddenly very calm. I stepped over his body, took the heavy suitcase, and got off the train. The farmer himself met me. The metal and the formula are now on our side of the ocean. And I am back at my job as a manicurist in the Adlon Hotel.
When I need a manicure, Fräulein, I always come to you. You're so expert. No one else can shape my nails like this.
Well, it is the files, Frau von Glue. I get them specially made, very long and thin. tin and the best steel. They have many uses.
Many uses, Fräulein.
Yes. If a man molested you, a nail file in the eyes would be...
Fräulein.
Would you like to try this new polish? It's called Blood Red.
You have just heard Ilona Massey starring in the new NBC presentation, Top Secret. And here she is to tell you about next week's show.
Next week's story concerns a theft by a dead man who never died, a seamstress who didn't talk, and a lichen begleiter, a corpse carrier. It is a story that has been up till now top secret.
Top Secret is directed and produced by Harry W. Junkin. The program, in part transcribed, was purely fictional and was written by Alan Sloan. Featured with Miss Massey tonight was Carl Emery as Herr Garbin. Others in the cast were Leon Janney, Bill Lipton, Francis Bethencourt, Paul Levitt, and Connie Lemke. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shields. This is Fred Collins speaking. Every Thursday night, radio listeners can hear for themselves a startling yet authentic dramatization of the step-by-step solution of an actual crime. Dragnet tells the story of your police force at work and in action. Dragnet is taken from police files of a great American city, and NBC is proud to present it to you for your pleasure. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
You have been listening to Golden Age Radio. Rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com. Don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.